Imagine discovering that some of history's greatest explorer people who crossed oceans, climbed mountains, penetrated jungles no Westerner had ever seen simply vanished without a trace. No bodies, no wreckage, no final words. Just silence where there should have been triumph. 129 men disappeared into Arctic ice with 2 state-of-the-art ships. A famous aviator vanished over the Pacific with a navigator and a plane that's never been found. A British explorer and his son walked into the Amazon jungle in 1925 and were swallowed by green darkness, gone forever despite decades of searches. What happened to them? Where did they go? And why, with all our modern technology, can we still not answer these questions? For centuries, we've sent our bravest into the unknown. Most returned with maps and stories. But some, the ones well discussed tonight, became mysteries themselves. They left behind last letters, final radio transmissions, abandoned camps with supplies still packed. They left us wondering, searching, theorizing, and in some cases, the mystery deepened when we found fragments of answers that only raised more questions. Ships discovered decades later, perfectly preserved in ice, but empty of explanations. Bones that tell us where they died, but not why. Artifacts that prove they reached impossible places, but vanished before telling anyone. Recent discoveries have revealed shocking details about these disappearances. Technology that wasn't supposed to exist when they vanished. Evidence of survival far beyond when they should have died. Signs they saw things, learned things, discovered things that died with them. Tonight, I will show you 15 disappearances that changed exploration history forever. 15 mysteries that challenge everything we thought we knew about human endurance, wilderness survival, and the fine line between discovery and death. Number 8 involves a honeymoon that ended with a perfectly intact boat floating empty through the Grand Canyon. Number 11 features an entire French expedition that vanished in the Pacific, only to be partially solved 40 years later through rumors and wreckage. This is the story of explorers who became ghosts. Let's start with the most shocking one. Hello there, and welcome to History Late Nights, where we take our time exploring the mysteries and wonders of the past. Tonight, we're journeying into one of history's most haunting recurring patterns, the explorers who never came home. Not those who died and were buried. Not those whose fate we know, but those who simply vanished, leaving behind questions that echo through decades or even centuries. 15 stories of disappearance that reveal something profound about human courage, the power of wilderness, and our need to know what lies beyond the horizon. Before we begin, let's understand what we mean by a vanished explorer. We're not talking about every expedition that ended in death. Death was common, expected. Even scurvy killed sailors. Fever took jungle explorers. Cold claimed Arctic adventurers. These deaths were understood. Bodies were found. Journals explained what happened. But some expeditions ended differently. They walked over a horizon and never walked back. They radioed for help and fell silent. They left camp one morning and weren't there when rescuers arrived. These are the vanishings, complete, mysterious, and often still unexplained. They haunt us because we're left with fragments. Last words that don't explain what came next. Abandoned equipment that should have ensured survival. Routes that lead nowhere. The age of exploration, broadly spanning from the 15th to early 20th centuries, was humanity's greatest period of geographic discovery. Europeans mapped coastlines, found sea routes to Asia, circumnavigated the globe, reached both poles, summited the highest mountains, and penetrated the deepest jungles. This expansion of known geography came at tremendous cost. Ships sank in storms, expeditions starved in deserts, entire crews were lost to disease. But most of these tragedies left evidence wreckage, graves, records. The vanishings we'll explore tonight are different. They're the gaps in the record, the expeditions that should have succeeded, or at least left clear evidence of failure, but instead left only silence and speculation. What makes someone an explorer? It's more than just traveling to new places. Explorers go where maps end. They venture into territories unmapped by their own culture, facing unknown dangers for the purpose of discovery, scientific knowledge, national glory, or personal ambition. The 15 explorers and expeditions well examined tonight represent this drive in its purest and most dangerous form. They pushed into genuine unknowns, Arctic wastes, where compasses failed and ice moved like living things. Jungles so dense that 20 feet of visibility was a luxury. Mountains where oxygen thinned to levels barely compatible with human consciousness. Oceans so vast that a navigation error of a few degrees meant missing your destination by hundreds of miles and dying of thirst surrounded by undrinkable water. Each had their reasons. Some sought glory to be first to reach a pole, climb a mountain, cross a continent. Some pursued scientific knowledge to map rivers, chart coasts, catalogue species. Some were driven by obsession, convinced that lost cities, hidden civilizations, or untapped resources lay just beyond the next ridge. And some simply couldn't resist the call of the unknown, that peculiar human compulsion that makes us want to see what's over the horizon, even when survival is uncertain. Tonight's journey will take us across the globe and across 3 centuries. We'll start in the frozen Arctic of the 1840s with the greatest maritime disaster in British exploration history. We'll travel to the Amazon with a British colonel obsessed with finding a lost city. We'll fly over the Pacific with aviation's most famous female pilot. We'll climb Everest with 2 men who may have reached the summit 3 decades before Edmund Hillary, but died before they could tell anyone. We'll venture among the headhunters of New Guinea. We'll cross the Australian outback. We'll navigate Arctic bays and Pacific reefs and West African rivers. And we'll see how the pattern continues even into the 21st century, proving that wilderness can still defeat our GPS satellites and emergency beacons. These stories share common threads. There's usually a momenta last sighting, a final transmission, a letter sent before the final push that marks the boundary between known and unknown. After that moment, evidence fragments. We find traces, abandoned camps, scattered artifacts, sometimes remains. But the full story, that died with the explorers, we're left to piece together what might have happened from incomplete clues, contradictory theories, and the haunting knowledge that the people who could answer our questions are gone. There's also the human element that makes these mysteries endure. These weren't just abstract expeditions. They were people often charismatic, accomplished, determined people who had families waiting for them, reputations at stake, and dreams driving them forward. When they vanished, they left loved ones in agonizing uncertainty. Wives waited years for husbands who would never return. Children grew up wondering what happened to their fathers. and in many cases, subsequent expeditions were launched not to continue the original mission, but to find out what happened to the missing. Some of these rescue expeditions also vanished, compounding the mystery and the tragedy. Why do these disappearances still fascinate us? Partly because mystery itself is compelling. Our minds want closure, want explanations, want to fill in the gaps. When a story has no ending, we create our own endings. Theories multiply. Some are sober analysis of available evidence. Others verge on fantasy claims that explorers discovered secret civilizations and chose to stay, or that they're still alive somehow, or that they found knowledge so dangerous it had to be suppressed. The truth, when we can determine it, is usually more mundane but no less tragic. They got lost. They starved. They drowned. They froze. The wilderness killed them and hid the evidence well enough that we might never find it. But there's another reason these stories endure. They represent the extreme edge of human experience, the point where civilization ends and raw nature takes over. In our modern world of GPS, satellite phones, and rapid rescue capabilities, it's harder to truly get lost. But these explorers ventured out when lost meant lost, when help wasn't a phone call away, when a broken compass or a miscalculated position could mean death, and there was no backup. They accepted risks we can barely imagine, because the drive to explore, to know, to be first, outweighed the fear of never coming back. Each of the 15 disappearances well examined has its own character, its own haunting details. The Arctic disasters are different from the jungle vanishings. The mountain tragedies carry different emotional weight than the ocean mysteries. Some involve single individuals, lone adventurers, who walked away from camps and into oblivion. Others involve large, well-equipped expeditions with multiple ships, dozens of men, and ample supplies, all of which vanished as completely as if they'd never existed. Some mysteries have been partially solved, ships found, remains recovered, journals read. Others remain absolutely complete in their unknowing. As we move through tonight's journey, it'll take you through each disappearance chronologically and thematically. We'll start with the great Arctic disaster of the Franklin expedition. 129 men on 2 ships vanishing in the ice, sparking the longest search operation in exploration history. We'll meet Percy Fawcett, the British colonel who became so obsessed with finding a lost city in the Amazon that he risked and lost everything to find it. We'll fly with Amelia Earhart as she attempts to circle the globe and instead vanishes over the Pacific. We'll climb into the death zone of Everest with George Mallory and Andrew Irvine, who may have summited the world's highest peak but never lived to tell about it. We'll encounter Michael Rockefeller, the young anthropologist who swam for shore off the coast of New Guinea and was never seen again, sparking rumours of cannibalism and cover-ups. We'll cross the Australian continent with Ludwig Leichhardt, whose entire expedition men, animals, supplies vanished so completely that over 170 years of searching has produced no confirmed evidence of their fate. We'll experience the tragedy of Burke and Wills, who nearly crossed Australia successfully, but died just miles from rescue in a series of tragic timing failures. We'll sail with Henry Hudson into the frozen bay that now bears his name, only to be cast adrift by mutineers and lost forever. We'll voyage with the French expedition of La Pérouse, which disappeared in the Pacific and wasn't partially solved until 40 years later. Well navigate African rivers with Mungo Park, whose quest to map the Niger ended at a set of rapids where he either drowned or was killed, but no one knows for certain. Then well shift to more intimate disappearances Everett Ruess, the young poet and artist who walked into the Utah Desert in 1934 and was absorbed by the canyons he loved. Glen and Bessie Hyde, newlyweds who attempted to boat through the Grand Canyon and vanished, leaving their boat floating intact with no sign of what happened to them, and well bring it forward to the 21st century, examining recent disappearances that prove the wilderness still claims those who underestimate it, even in an age of satellite tracking and instant communication. Along the way, we'll explore not just what happened, but why it matters, what these disappearances reveal about human nature, about the allure of the unknown, about the power of wilderness. We'll look at the searches that followed some lasting decades, some continuing to this day. We'll examine the theories, the evidence, the controversies. We'll see how some mysteries have been partially solved by modern technology, sonar finding shipwrecks, DNA analysis identifying remains, while others remain as mysterious as ever. But most importantly, we'll remember these explorers as people. Ambitious, brave, sometimes reckless, but fundamentally human people who wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. They paid the ultimate price for that curiosity, but they also achieved something remarkable. They pushed the boundaries of known geography. They gathered knowledge, even if they didn't live to share all of it. They inspired subsequent generations of explorers and adventurers, and they left us with mysteries that keep their names alive long after they vanished. Tonight is about honoring those explorers while trying to understand what happened to them. It's about the fine line between triumph and tragedy in exploration. It's about how easily the unknown can become permanent. It's about the wilderness power to erase even the most determined human efforts. And it's about why, despite knowing these stories, despite understanding the risks, humans continue to explore, continue to push into unknown territories, continue to risk vanishing in pursuit of discovery. So settle in, get comfortable. As we journey through these 15 disappearances, we're not just examining historical mysteries, we're looking at the outer edge of human experience, where civilization ends and wilderness begins, where courage meets consequence, where explorers become legends by becoming mysteries. These are the stories of those who ventured out and never came back, the vanished explorers of history. Our first stop is the Arctic in the year 1845, where two ships filled with Britain's finest sailors and equipped with the latest technology are about to sail into ice and legend, beginning what would become the most famous maritime disaster in exploration history. 129 men aboard. Not a single survivor, and a mystery that would take over 160 years to even partially solve. The Franklin expedition awaits. Section to the Franklin expedition, the Arctic's greatest mystery, May 19, 1845. The Thames River, England. Two ships prepare to depart on what everyone expects will be a triumphant voyage. Ham's Erebus and Ham's Terror names that would become legendary for all the wrong reasons. They're reinforced bomb ships with iron plating, equipped with steam engines and 3 years' provisions, canned food, libraries, scientific instruments, everything needed for Arctic success. Aboard them, 129 men under Sir John Franklin, a 59-year-old Arctic veteran tasked with finding the Northwest Passage, the fabled sea route connecting Atlantic and Pacific through the Arctic. The expedition departs with confidence bordering on certainty. Britain is at the height of its naval power. Its ships have conquered oceans. Its explorers have mapped continents. The Arctic, that frozen labyrinth at the top of the world, is the last great geographic prize. Parts of the Northwest Passage have been explored. Franklin's mission is to connect the known sections, to complete the puzzle, to claim glory for Britain and secure his own place in history. Crowds watch the ships depart. Families wave. Officers promise to return in 2 or 3 years with maps and stories. The ships sail north, toward Greenland, toward the ice, toward a fate that no one aboard can imagine. July 28, 1845. Baffin Bay, off the coast of Greenland. The whaling ships Enterprise and Prince of Wales encounter Erebus and Terror. The crews exchange greetings. Franklin reports all is well. Supplies are adequate. Morale is high. The ships are moored to an iceberg, waiting for conditions to allow passage into Lancaster Sound. This is routine Arctic exploration. Find leads through the ice. Wait when necessary. Proceed when possible. The whalers watch Franklin's ships until they disappear into the Arctic haze. This is the last time anyone from the outside world sees Erebus, Terror, or any of the 129 men aboard. After this moment, the expedition enters silence. Complete, baffling, tragic silence. For the first year, no one worries. Arctic expeditions take time. Communication is impossible once ships enter the ice. 2 years pass. Still no word, but this isn't unprecedented. Arctic ice can trap ships for entire seasons. The men are well supplied. They have experience. Concern grows slowly. By 1848, 3 years after departure with no word, worry becomes alarm. Franklin's wife, Lady Jane Franklin, begins pushing for search expeditions. The Admiralty, initially resistant expeditions are expensive, and Franklin might still return eventually agrees. And so begins the longest, most expensive search operation in the history of exploration. Between 1848 and 1859, dozens of expeditions search for Franklin, probing every inlet of the Canadian Arctic. They find nothing. The Arctic keeps its secret. The search becomes an obsession for Lady Franklin and the British public. Where are the ships? What happened to the men? The mystery deepens with each failed search. Then, slowly, fragmentary clues emerge. In 1850, searchers find the expedition's first winter camp on Beechy Island. 3 graves are discovered, men who died in early 1846 and were buried with proper ceremony. The graves are marked with headstones, names, dates, but no explanation of what killed them or where the expedition went afterward. Nearby, searchers find scattered artifacts, tin cans, clothing fragments, equipment, evidence of a camp, but no indication of disaster. The expedition was here, wintered here, buried 3 men, then left. But left for where? 1854, nearly a decade after Franklin's departure. Druess. John Ray, a Hudson's Bay Company explorer, encounters Inuit people near King William Island who tell him a disturbing story. Years earlier, they estimate around 1850 they saw a group of white men, perhaps 40 of them, travelling south on the ice. The men were hauling boats. They looked desperate, starving. The Inuit offered help, but the men seemed confused, unable to communicate effectively. Later, the Inuit found bodies, many bodies, and evidence that the men had resorted to cannibalism before dying. Ray brings back artifacts purchased from the Inuit silverware engraved with officers' names, medals, personal items from the expedition. The evidence is undeniable. These items came from Franklin's men. The Inuit testimony suggests catastrophe. The expedition abandoned their ships, attempted to walk out, died in the attempt, but British authorities and the public react with horror and denial. Cannibalism. British naval officers. Impossible. The Inuit must be lying or mistaken. Ray is vilified for suggesting such things. Lady Franklin leads the charge against him, insisting the Inuit accounts are unreliable. She demands more searches, better evidence, a proper explanation. More expeditions are sent. In 1859, an expedition led by Francis Leopold McClintock finds a cairn on King William Island with a note inside, the only written record left by Franklin's expedition. Actually, 2 notes. The first, written in May 1847, is routine. The ships wintered at Beechey Island, then sailed south. All well. Total losses 3 men, those buried at Beechey. This note suggests nothing amiss. But around this first note, a second message was added in April 1848, and its content is devastating. The second note reports that Airbus and Terror have been trapped in ice since September 1846, over a year and a half. The ice has not released them. Sir John Franklin died in June 1847. Total losses now stand at 24 men. The remaining 105 survivors, commanded now by Captain Francis Crozier, are abandoning the ships and attempting to reach the Canadian mainland hundreds of miles of frozen wasteland away. The note is signed hastily. There's a sense of desperation in the cramped writing. This is not a confident expedition. This is men facing death, gambling everything on a desperate march south. McClintock's expedition also finds a lifeboat on a sledge containing 2 skeletons and a bizarre collection of items: silverware, soap, books, chocolate, silk handkerchiefs, slippers. The boat was pointing back toward the ships, not away, suggesting some men tried to return after starting the march south. Why? Perhaps to retrieve supplies, perhaps in confusion, perhaps in the delirium of starvation and scurvy. The scene is haunting: a boat full of items that speak to civilization, to comfort, to a world these men would never see again. Over subsequent years and decades, more evidence trickles in. Inuit oral histories, passed down through generations, describe the locations of bodies, scattered campsites, even the final resting places of the ships. But these accounts are largely ignored by Western explorers who trust written records and physical evidence more than indigenous testimony. It will take over a century for this to change. In the 1980s, anthropologist Owen Beatty exhumes bodies from Beechey Island. The frozen Arctic preserved them remarkably. Autopsies reveal high lead levels, lead poisoning from canned food sealed with lead solder. This causes confusion, fatigue, weakness, and compromised decision-making. The entire crew would have been affected progressively, explaining poor choices like premature ship abandonment. Further examination of remains found along the expedition's presumed route south reveals cut marks on bones, evidence supporting the Inuit accounts of cannibalism. British sailors, starving and desperate, did indeed resort to consuming the dead. It's a grim confirmation of how completely the Arctic defeated them. But the ships themselves remain lost. Erebus and Terror, two substantial vessels with iron reinforcement, have vanished somewhere in the Canadian Arctic. Searches continue sporadically through the late 20th and early 21st centuries, using sonar, aerial surveys, submarines. The search area is vast thousands of square miles of Arctic waters, much of it frozen most of the year. Then, in September 2014, a Canadian search expedition locates a shipwreck in the Queen Maud Gulf, south of King William Island. Sonar images show an intact ship sitting upright on the seafloor in remarkably good condition. It's Hem's Erebus. 2 years later, in September 2016, Hem's Terror is found in pristine condition in Terror Bay, about 100 kilometers from where Erebus was discovered. Both ships sit in relatively shallow water, upright, hatches closed. Underwater photography reveals extraordinary preservation. The ships look almost ready to sail. These discoveries answer some questions, but raise others. The ships are far south of where they were abandoned, according to the 1848 note. How did they get there? Did the ice carry them after abandonment? Did some crew members reboard and sail them before dying, or abandoning them again? Terror's location in particular is puzzling. It's in a bay, not on any presumed drift route. Did someone sail it there deliberately? Expeditions to the wrecks reveal intact cabins, artifacts in place, the captain's desk with items still arranged on it. The preservation is extraordinary, but no human remains are found aboard, suggesting the ships were indeed abandoned. The holds still contain supplies the men left with ships that had food, equipment, resources. This makes their decision to abandon even more mysterious. Why leave vessels that offered shelter, supplies, and at least some protection from the Arctic? Current theories piece together probable events. Sailed west through Lancaster Sound in 1845, wintered at Beechy Island losing 3 men. Then in summer 1846 sailed south into thick multi-year ice near King William Island. By September 1846, both ships were trapped. Ice never released them. They were caught in the Arctic's worst ice region. Trapped for over a year, the crew's health deteriorated. Scurvy set in a disease caused by vitamin C deficiency, resulting in weakness, bleeding, tooth loss, and eventually death. Scurvy was a known risk, but the canned food that was supposed to prevent it was contaminated with lead and possibly botulism. The food was poisoning them instead of sustaining them. Add to this the psychological toll of Arctic winter months of darkness, extreme cold, confinement, and growing realization that rescue was not coming. Franklin died in June 1847, possibly from natural causes given his age, or possibly from the same illnesses affecting everyone. Command passed to Captain Crozier, an experienced Arctic hand but facing an impossible situation. By April 1848, 24 men were dead. Crozier made a decision: abandon the ships, attempt to reach the Canadian mainland or a Hudson's Bay Company outpost hundreds of miles away. It was a desperate gamble, but staying with trapped ships meant certain death. The 105 survivors abandoned Erebus and Terror in April 1848, hauling boats mounted on sledges across the ice. They carried supplies, personal items, equipment. But they were already weakened by scurvy, lead poisoning, and 2 years of Arctic diet. The march south became a death march. Men died of starvation, exposure, disease. The survivors, growing more desperate, resorted to cannibalism. Small groups separated from the main body, some attempting to return to the ships, others continuing south. None made it. Bodies and artifacts scattered across King William Island and the nearby mainland mark their route. The last survivors probably died in late 1848 or early 1849, roughly 3 years after becoming trapped in ice. The ships, abandoned but intact, eventually broke free of ice and drifted south before sinking in the locations where they were found in 2014 and 2016. They sat there, silent and intact, for over 160 years while the world searched for them. Why did Franklin's expedition fail when others survived worse? Several factors: bad ice on the chosen route, contaminated canned food, overconfidence in technology rather than adaptation, and the fatal decision to abandon ships that still offered shelter and supplies. The Franklin expedition represents Victorian confidence meeting Arctic reality. Britain sent its best ships, best men, best technology into the Arctic expecting triumph. The Arctic responded with ice, cold, and indifference. 129 men died, not quickly in a single disaster, but slowly over years, watching their strength fail, their companions die, their hopes fade. The 3 men buried at Beechey Island in early 1846 were the lucky ones. They died early, before the full horror unfolded and received proper burials. The men who died later got scattered graves or none at all, their bodies left on ice and rock where they fell. The mystery endured so long because the Arctic is vast, hostile, and patient. It swallowed the expedition almost completely, releasing only fragments, graves, campsites, scattered bones, oral histories. Even the ship's substantial iron-reinforced vessels disappeared for 170 years. The discovery of Erebus and Terror brought closure of a sort, but questions remain. The full story died with the 105 men who marched away from those ships in April 1848. We can reconstruct probable events, but certainty is impossible. The Arctic keeps its secrets well. The Franklin expedition became legendary not just because of its tragic end, but because of what it represented: the limits of human ambition, the power of wilderness to defeat even the most prepared expeditions, and the haunting nature of disappearance. For decades, families didn't know if their husbands, fathers, brothers were alive or dead. Lady Franklin never accepted her husband's death until evidence became overwhelming, and even then she worked to shape his legacy, to ensure his sacrifice was remembered as noble rather than foolish. Today, the wrecks are protected sites. Parks Canada conducts archaeological expeditions documenting artifacts and studying preservation. Each dive reveals more ships' bells, cannons, personal items connecting us to men who died 175 years ago in one of exploration's most complete disasters. The Franklin expedition remains the Arctic's greatest mystery and greatest tragedy. 129 men sailed into ice and silence. None returned. The ships they trusted to bring them home became instead memorials on the seafloor, and the Northwest Passage they sought to discover it exists. Later expeditions found it, but Franklin's route, the one he chose, leads through some of the worst ice in the Arctic. He found a passage, but not one that could save him. As we leave the frozen waters where Erebus and Terror rest, we turn south and east, toward warmer climates, but toward mysteries no less complete. From Arctic ice to Amazon jungle, from maritime disaster to obsessive quest, our next vanishing takes us to a British colonel who became convinced that a lost city awaited discovery deep in the Brazilian rainforest. Unlike Franklin, whose expedition left extensive evidence, this explorer would vanish so completely that only theories remain. No ships to find, no bodies identified, just jungle, silence, and a mystery that has haunted explorers for nearly a century. Percy Fawcett awaits. Section 3: Percy Fawcett, The Lost City of Z. From the frozen silence of Arctic ice, we travel now to a different kind of wilderness one that is green, hot, teeming with life, and equally capable of swallowing men without trace. The Amazon jungle, the largest tropical rainforest on Earth, spanning millions of square kilometers across Brazil and neighboring countries. A place where visibility ends at 20 feet, where rivers shift course seasonally, where the canopy blocks out the sky and turns day into perpetual twilight. Into this green labyrinth in April 1925 walked a British explorer named Percy Harrison Fawcett, convinced he would find the ruins of an ancient advanced civilization. He was accompanied by his eldest son Jack and Jack's best friend Raleigh Ramel. They vanished completely. No bodies were ever positively identified. No final camp discovered. No definitive evidence of their fate emerged despite decades of searches, some of which also ended in death or disappearance. The jungle swallowed them, as it has swallowed countless others, leaving behind one of exploration's most enduring mysteries. Percy Fawcett was not a naive adventurer stumbling blindly into danger. Born in 1867 in Devon, England, he was a trained surveyor, a British artillery officer, and by 1925 a veteran of multiple Amazon expeditions. Between 1906 and 1924, Fawcett had made 7 major expeditions into South American wilderness, mapping boundaries for the Royal Geographical Society, surviving diseases, hostile encounters, near starvation, and the countless hazards that killed less careful explorers. He learned to navigate by the stars when compasses failed near magnetic anomalies. He developed immunity to some tropical diseases. He understood jungle survival better than most Europeans of his era. This experience makes his disappearance more puzzling, not less. Fawcett knew what he was doing. He knew the risks, and he vanished anyway. The obsession that drove Fawcett's final expedition began years earlier, rooted in discoveries both archaeological and literary. In 1920, Fawcett encountered a document in the National Library of Rio de Janeiro, manuscript 512, written in 1753 by a Portuguese explorer who claimed to have found the ruins of an ancient city deep in the Brazilian interior. The manuscript described stone buildings, arches, statues, hieroglyphic inscriptions, an evidence of sophisticated civilization where conventional history said only primitive peoples had lived. Most scholars dismissed it as fantasy or exaggeration. Fawcett believed it was real. He called this lost city, their placeholder name, neutral and mysterious. His theory, unconventional for the time, was that the Amazon had once supported advanced civilizations before some catastrophe disease, warfare, climate change caused their collapse. The jungle had since reclaimed their cities, burying stone beneath vegetation, erasing roads under rivers and swamps. But the ruins remained, Fawcett insisted, waiting to be rediscovered. He believed finding Z would revolutionize understanding of pre-Columbian South America, proving that complex societies had flourished in regions Europeans considered perpetually savage. Modern archaeology has since proven Fawcett partly right. The Amazon did support larger, more sophisticated societies than early 20th century scholars believed possible. Geoglyphs, earthworks, and evidence of extensive pre-Columbian agriculture have been found throughout the basin, but in 1925, Fawcett's theories were controversial, even ridiculed. That didn't deter him. If anything, skepticism fueled his determination. He would find Z, he would prove the doubters wrong, and he would secure his place in history as the man who revealed a lost civilization. By 1924, Fawcett had secured funding for what he envisioned as his final, triumphant expedition. He planned carefully. Unlike his earlier expeditions, this one would be small, just 3 men. Large expeditions attracted attention, required too many supplies, moved slowly. A small, fast-moving party could penetrate deeper, survive on hunting and foraging, avoid detection by potentially hostile indigenous groups. His companions would be his son Jack, then 21, and Rayleigh Ramel, Jack's friend from school, also 21. Both were young, strong, and eager. Neither had significant jungle experience. Fawcett believed their youth and enthusiasm would compensate. He was wrong. April 20, 1925. The 3 men departed from Cuiabá, a town in the Brazilian state of Mato Grosso. They headed north into increasingly remote territory, following rivers and native trails. Fawcett sent periodic messages back via indigenous runners and occasional telegraph posts at the edges of civilization. These messages were optimistic. Progress was good, health was holding. The jungle was difficult but manageable. They were moving toward the region where Fawcett believed Z lay hidden. May 29, 1925. The last confirmed message from Fawcett reached the outside world. It was sent from a place called Dead Horse Camp, named after a horse that had died there on a previous expedition. The location was near the upper Xingu River, deep in Mato Grosso. Fawcett wrote that they were preparing to enter unexplored territory, crossing into regions where no white men had ventured. He sounded confident. He expected to be out of communication for months, but would emerge eventually with news of Z. This was the last anyone heard from Percy Fawcett, Jack Fawcett, or Raleigh Ramel. After Dead Horse Camp, silence. For a year, no one worried excessively. Fawcett had said communication would be impossible once they penetrated deep jungle. His wife Nina and his younger son Brian, who had wanted to join the expedition but was deemed too young, waited at home in England, confident Percy would return. But months became a year became 2, no word came, no sign of the expedition emerged. Concern grew into alarm in 1927. The first search expedition was launched. It found nothing. The jungle had erased any trail. Over the next decades, more searches followed, some organized, some quixotic solo ventures. Many searched for Fawcett not out of concern, but out of obsession with the same mystery that had driven him. They wanted to find Z. They wanted to discover what happened. They wanted to solve the riddle. Some never returned. At least 13 people died in various attempts to find Fawcett or follow his route. The jungle that swallowed Fawcett continued swallowing his would-be rescuers. Theories multiplied. Perhaps Fawcett and his companions were killed by indigenous peoples, the Kalapalo, Kukuro, or other tribes in the region. Perhaps they died of disease, malaria, yellow fever, or parasitic infections that could kill within days. Perhaps they starved after losing supplies crossing a river or in animal attack. Perhaps they went native. Fawcett had spoken of the possibility of living among indigenous peoples if he found them friendly. Perhaps Jack died, and Fawcett stayed to care for him. Perhaps all three died separately, bodies scattered and lost. Evidence trickled in over the years, fragmentary and contradictory. In 1951, Orlando Villas-Bass, a Brazilian explorer working with indigenous peoples, reported that the Kalapalo tribe had information about Fawcett's fate. According to the tribal elders, Fawcett's party had passed through their territory in 1925. The Kalapalo had warned them not to proceed further. Hostile tribes ahead, dangerous territory. Fawcett insisted on continuing. Days later, smoke from 5 campfires was seen in the distance. Fawcett's camp. Then 4 fires. Then 3. Then none. The Kalapalo investigated and found bodies near a river, killed by arrows. They buried them. This account seemed plausible, but verification proved impossible. Where exactly were the bodies buried? The Kalapalo couldn't or wouldn't pinpoint the location precisely. Decades had passed. The jungle changes rapidly, rivers shift, vegetation grows, landmarks disappear. Even if the Kalapalo account was accurate, finding the graves would be nearly impossible. In 1951, Villas-Bass was given bones by the Kalapalo, claimed to be Fawcett's remains. These were sent to London for analysis. British forensic examiners concluded they were not Fawcett. Wrong age, wrong build. The bones' origin remained unknown. This pattern repeated. Alleged Fawcett artifacts or remains would surface, be examined, and prove inconclusive or negative. Fawcett's younger son, Brian, became obsessed with finding answers. He compiled his father's letters and papers, publishing them in a book that fed public fascination with the mystery. He also promoted increasingly speculative theories that Percy had found Z and chose to stay, that the expedition encountered ancient mysteries too profound to share, that government conspiracies suppressed evidence. These theories, while romantic, lacked supporting evidence. Brian never mounted his own expedition to find his father, perhaps understanding that the jungle that took Percy would likely take him too. The mystery deepened with every failed search and false lead. Some claim to have seen Fawcett alive years after his disappearance, an old white man living with indigenous tribes, a hermit in the jungle depths. Even absurd reports of Fawcett in other countries entirely. None were credible. The most likely explanation, the one most familiar with the Amazon supported, was that Fawcett and his companions died somewhere in the Mato Grosso region within weeks or months of their last message, victims of disease, violence, accident, or starvation. What makes Fawcett's disappearance particularly haunting is the completeness of it. Unlike Franklin, where graves and notes and eventually ships were found, Fawcett left almost nothing, no confirmed remains, no artifacts definitively proven to be his, no final camp with supplies and journals. The jungle consumed them entirely. This reflects the Amazon's nature. Organic material decomposes rapidly in heat and humidity. Bodies left exposed would be skeletonized by insects and scavengers within weeks, bones scattered by animals, metal corroded, fabric rotted. Within months, almost all evidence of human presence could vanish. Modern expeditions using GPS, aerial surveys, and consultation with indigenous communities have searched Fawcett's probable route. They've found nothing conclusive. The region is still remote, still dangerous, still the kind of wilderness where people can vanish. The indigenous tribes who knew what happened, if they knew, have mostly passed that knowledge as oral history through generations, and oral histories change, blur, conflate different events. Some researchers believe they've narrowed down Fawcett's likely fate. He probably reached the Upper Singu area, as his last letter indicated. There, several possibilities converge. The Kalapalo account of hostile tribes might be accurate. Fawcett, stubbornly pushing into territory against local warnings, could have encountered a group that saw outsiders as threats and attacked. Or disease could have struck the region harbored malaria, yellow fever, and other killers. Without modern medicine, even Fawcett's experience might not have saved them, or simple misfortune, river crossing gone wrong, supplies lost, an inability to hunt successfully, leading to starvation. The romantic notion that Fawcett found Z and stayed persists, but it's almost certainly false. If he'd found significant ruins, his personality and his documented commitment to proving his theories suggest he would have returned to report, to claim credit, to organize proper excavation. Fawcett sought glory and vindication, not anonymous hermitage. What Fawcett did find, posthumously, was a kind of immortality through mystery. His disappearance became more famous than his actual achievements. Books, films, documentaries, and countless articles have explored his fate. The 2016 film The Lost City of Z introduced his story to new generations. His name is synonymous with lost explorers and jungle mysteries. Ironically, the failure of his final expedition, his vanishing, made him more legendary than success ever could have. And about Z itself, modern archaeology suggests Fawcett was onto something, though not exactly what he imagined. The Amazon did support complex societies. The Kuhikogu settlement in the Upper Singu, discovered and studied in recent decades, shows evidence of sophisticated pre-Columbian culture, organized towns, agricultural systems, earthworks. Not the stone cities Fawcett envisioned, but proof that Amazon civilizations were more advanced than early 20th century scholars believed. Fawcett's intuition about lost Amazon civilizations was correct. He just didn't live to see the evidence. The jungle keeps Fawcett still. Somewhere in the Mato Grosso, beneath vegetation and soil, his bones might rest, or they might have been consumed entirely by the ecosystem, returned to the elements, leaving nothing for searchers to find. Jack Fawcett and Rayleigh Remmel rest there too, two young men who followed an obsessed explorer into wilderness that defeated them. They trusted Fawcett's experience. That trust proved fatal. The Fawcett disappearance teaches different lessons than the Franklin expedition. Franklin had resources, ships, supplies, yet failed against Arctic cold. Fawcett travelled light, fast, and experienced, yet failed against jungle vastness. Both expeditions demonstrate that wilderness defeats humans not through single catastrophic events necessarily, but through accumulation of small injuries, of depleted supplies, of mounting exhaustion, of 1,000 incremental degradations that eventually overwhelm even capable people. As we leave the green twilight of the Amazon, we shift now to a different kind of vanishing, one that happened not in jungle or ice, but in the sky and ocean, involving not sailing ships or foot expeditions, but the cutting edge of 1930s technology. We turn to aviation, to a woman who became an international celebrity for her flying achievements, and to a disappearance that spawned perhaps more theories, more searches, and more controversy than any other in the 20th century. The Pacific Ocean is vast. Aircraft in 1937 were small. When both met, the result was a mystery that endures 8 decades later. Amelia Earhart awaits. Section 4, Amelia Earhart Aviations, enduring mystery from jungle depths where vegetation consumes evidence. We rise now into open sky, an endless ocean, a different kind of wilderness, equally vast, equally unforgiving. July 2, 1937. The Pacific Ocean, somewhere between Lae, New Guinea, and Howland Island, a tiny coral atoll, barely 2 kilometers long, rising just 6 meters above sea level, a speck in the world's largest ocean. Flying toward this speck through clouds and uncertainty is a twin-engine Lockheed Electra, carrying 2 people, Amelia Earhart, the most famous female pilot in the world, and Fred Noonan, her navigator. They're attempting to circumnavigate the globe at the equator, a 29,000-mile journey that would be Earhart's crowning achievement. Instead, it became aviation's most famous disappearance. The last confirmed radio transmission placed them near Howland, low on fuel, unable to locate the island. Then silence. Despite the most extensive air and sea search in history to that point, no confirmed wreckage was found. No bodies recovered. No definitive evidence of their fate emerged. The Pacific swallowed them as completely as the Amazon swallowed Fawcett. But with a crucial difference, the ocean leaves even less evidence than jungle. Amelia Earhart was born in 1897 in Kansas. By 1923, she had earned her pilot's license. In 1928, she became the first woman to fly across the Atlantic as a passenger, which frustrated her. In May 1932, she flew solo across the Atlantic, Newfoundland to Ireland, in under 15 hours. The flight made her an international celebrity, a symbol of women's capability and modern achievement. But celebrity brought pressure to continually achieve, to set new records, to stay in the public eye. By 1937, at age 39, Earhart was planning what she called her last major flighter circumnavigation of the globe, as close to the equator as possible, a route no one had flown. It would be approximately 29,000 miles through some of the most remote regions on Earth. She would fly with Fred Noonan, an experienced navigator who'd flown for Pan Am and helped establish trans-Pacific routes. Their aircraft was a Lockheed Electra-Teen, a twin-engine plane modified with extra fuel tanks for long-distance flight. The plan was ambitious, but seemed achievable with careful preparation. The flight began on June 1, 1937, from Miami, heading east. Earhart and Noonan flew to South America, then across the Atlantic to Africa, then to India, Southeast Asia, and finally to Lae, New Guinea by June 29. They'd completed roughly 22,000 miles, 2/3 of the journey. The next leg to Howland Island would be one of the most challenging 2,556 miles over open ocean to a tiny island difficult to spot even in perfect conditions. The U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca was stationed near Howland to provide radio navigation assistance and serve as a beacon. July 2, 1937, approximately 0 GMT midnight, Earhart and Noonan departed Lae. The Electra was heavily loaded with fuel nearly at maximum capacity for the long ocean crossing. Weather reports indicated clouds and headwinds, not ideal, but manageable. The plan was to navigate primarily by celestial navigation. Fred Noonan would use stars and sun to determine position, then guide Earhart toward Howland, where they'd pick up radio signals from Itasca for final approach. Radio communication during the flight was fragmentary. Earhart transmitted periodically, but reception was inconsistent. The Electra's radio setup had limitations. It could transmit and receive, but Earhart and Noonan struggled with radio direction finding, a technology that could help locate Howland by homing in on Itasca's signal. Whether this was due to equipment malfunction, operator error, or atmospheric interference remains debated. At 645 GMT, about 7 hours into the flight, Itasca received a transmission from Earhart reporting weather conditions. At 758, she reported being approximately 200 miles out, requesting bearings. At 844, a stronger transmission CACU calling Itasca. We must be on you but cannot see you. Gas is running low. Been unable to reach you by radio. We are flying at 1,000 feet. The crew of Itasca tried to respond, transmitting homing signals, but it's unclear if Earhart received them. Her transmissions suggested she could transmit, but not receive clearly. At 912, the last confirmed transmission from Earhart, we are running north and south. This suggested they were flying a search pattern, having failed to locate Howland, trying to spot the island visually while flying perpendicular to their assumed approach path. This is a standard lost aircraft procedure. Fly a line north and south or east and west, hoping to cross the target's location. After 912, silence. No more transmissions were confirmed. Itasca continued calling, continued broadcasting homing signals. Nothing. By early afternoon, when the Electra's fuel would have been exhausted, it became clear something had gone terribly wrong. Either they'd crashed at sea, or they'd landed somewhere else, or they'd ditched and were adrift. None of those options were good. The search began immediately. Itasca searched the area around Howland. The U.S. Navy launched what became the most extensive air and sea search conducted to that time 9 ships, 66 aircraft, covering 250,000 square miles of ocean. They searched for 17 days. They found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no life rafts, no bodies. The Pacific, covering more than 60 million square miles, had hidden a twin-engine aircraft and 2 people so completely that despite intensive searching, with ships, planes, and motivated crews, no trace was found. The search was called off on July 19, 1937. Earhart and Noonan were declared lost, but the mystery was just beginning. In the decades since, theories have multiplied, searches have continued, and the question what happened to Amelia Earhart has become one of aviation's most enduring puzzles. The simplest theory, and the one most experts consider most likely, is that Earhart and Noonan ran out of fuel while searching for Howland, ditched in the ocean, and sank. The Pacific is deep near Howland, thousands of meters. A ditched aircraft would sink quickly, especially if it broke apart on impact. Earhart and Noonan, even if they survived the ditching, would have had limited survival time in open ocean. Exposure, dehydration, sharks, and the sheer vastness of ocean would make survival measured in hours or days at most. Their bodies would have been lost at sea, the wreckage settling into depths beyond any 1,937 search capability. This theory fits the evidence fragmentary radio transmissions suggesting navigational difficulty, the final message about flying north and south indicating a search pattern, the fuel calculations suggesting they'd exhaust tanks shortly after that last message, and the complete absence of wreckage suggesting the plane sank in deep water. It's tragic, mundane, and probably correct. But other theories emerged, some plausible, others speculative or conspiratorial. The Gardner Island or Nicomaro theory suggests Earhart and Noonan, unable to find Howland, flew south to Gardner Island, now Nicomaro, a small uninhabited atoll about 350 miles southeast of Howland. They might have crash-landed on the reef or beach, survived for days or weeks, and died as castaways. This theory has been investigated extensively by the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery Tiger, which has conducted multiple expeditions to Nicomaro. Tiger has found artifacts on Nicomaro that could be consistent with 1,930's castaways pieces of plexiglass that might match the Electra's windows, fragments of aluminum that could be aircraft parts, a piece of a woman's shoe from that era, and controversially, bones discovered in 1,940 that were initially examined and dismissed, but later, through modern forensic analysis of the measurements, suggested they might have belonged to a tall white woman of Earhart's build. However, the original bones were lost, leaving only measurement records to analyze, and conclusions remain contentious. DNA testing is impossible without the bones. The artifacts, while intriguing, aren't definitively proven to be from Earhart's plane. Another theory suggested Japanese capture, that they were on a spy mission, captured in the Marshall Islands and executed. Various witnesses claimed sightings. This theory has been largely debunked. Evidence is anecdotal, timelines don't match, and declassified documents show no proof of capture. A photo purportedly showing them alive in the Marshalls was later proven to be from 1935, 2 years before the flight. Sonar searches have been conducted in waters near Howland and Nicomaro. In 2009, Tiger claimed to have sonar evidence of possible aircraft debris near Nicomaro's reef, but subsequent investigations proved inconclusive. In 2017, a blurry photo taken during a 1,937 aerial search near Nicomaro was analyzed, with researchers suggesting it might show aircraft landing gear underwater. Again, inconclusive. The challenge with any Earhart search is the vastness of the search area and the depth of the Pacific. Even with modern sonar and ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, finding a small aircraft wrecking thousands of square miles of ocean, potentially at great depth, is extraordinarily difficult. The 370 disappearance in 2014 demonstrated this. Modern Boeing 777 vanished over the Indian Ocean, and despite years of searching with advanced technology, only fragments of wreckage that washed ashore have been confirmed. If we struggle to find a large modern aircraft, finding a small 1,937 plane is vastly harder. What makes Earhart's disappearance particularly haunting is the fame involved. She wasn't an unknown explorer. She was a global celebrity. Her flight was front-page news. Her disappearance shocked the world. President Franklin Roosevelt authorized the massive search. Her husband, publisher George Putnam, never fully accepted her death. Conspiracy theories and mystery surrounded her loss because people couldn't believe someone so famous could simply vanish without explanation. But fame doesn't prevent tragedy. The Pacific doesn't care about celebrity. If Earhart and Noonan miscalculated their navigation easy to do with 1,937 technology over featureless ocean, if they drifted slightly south of Howland due to winds, if clouds obscured celestial observations needed for navigation, if any of a dozen things went wrong, they would have missed Howland. And once they missed it and fuel ran low, options narrowed fast. Find another island, ditch in ocean, or crash trying to reach land. All three end badly when you're hundreds of miles from the nearest substantial landmass. Fred Noonan was an experienced navigator, but celestial navigation requires clear skies to sight stars or sun. Clouds block observations, dead reckoning estimating position based on heading, speed and time accumulates errors. Without landmarks and with hours of ocean crossing, being off by even a few degrees means missing a tiny island by tens of miles. Howland Island is 6 miles long and 5 miles wide. From aircraft altitude, even in clear weather, it's a small target. In hazy or cloudy conditions, it could be invisible from just a few miles away. Earhart's last transmissions suggest they were near Howland. She said, "Must be on you, but cannot see you." They might have been flying right over it, but unable to spot it due to clouds or altitude or haze. Modern analysis of the radio transmissions and fuel calculations suggests the Electra likely crashed into the ocean northwest of Howland, running out of fuel while flying the north-south search pattern Earhart described. This area is deep ocean. If the plane sank there, it rests thousands of meters down in an area not thoroughly searched in 1,937 and difficult to search even now. What did we learn from Earhart's disappearance? Aviation learned about the importance of reliable communication, better navigation systems, and safety protocols for long distance over water flights. The fact that Earhart struggled with radio direction finding, that communication with Itasca was fragmentary and one-sided, that no emergency position was established, these failures led to improvements. Modern aircraft have GPS, satellite communication, emergency beacons that activate automatically upon water impact. In 1937, aviation was still developing these systems. Earhart was flying at the edge of what was possible. Her disappearance also highlighted how unforgiving ocean flying is. Over land, a forced landing might be survivable, wreckage might be spotted, rescue might arrive. Over ocean, especially deep ocean far from shipping lanes, a ditching is usually fatal, wreckage sinks, and rescue is nearly impossible unless exact position is known. The ocean is Earth's largest graveyard for lost aircraft. Earhart achieved much in her life records, fame, inspiration for women in aviation and beyond. Her disappearance doesn't erase those achievements, but it's what she's most remembered for. The irony is tragic. She wanted to prove women could achieve anything men could in aviation. She succeeded, but her final flight, the one meant to crown her career, ended in mystery that overshadowed everything else. She became a mystery rather than a completed success. Somewhere in the Pacific, the answer rests. Maybe on Nikumaroro's reef, though decades of searching have found no definitive proof. Maybe on the ocean floor northwest of Howland, wreckage crushed by pressure, scattered by currents, buried in sediment. Maybe in some other location, a scenario no one has yet imagined, or maybe the ocean has erased all evidence, as it has done with countless ships and planes, leaving only questions. The search continues. Periodically, new expeditions announce plans to search for Earhart. New theories emerge. New evidence is claimed, examined, debated, and usually found inconclusive. The mystery persists because closure is absent. Without wreckage, without remains, without definitive proof, we're left with fragments, radio transmissions that end abruptly, fuel calculations that suggest tragedy, a vast ocean that keeps its secrets, and the haunting image of two people flying over endless blue water, searching for an island they would never find. As we leave the Pacific's blue vastness, we climb now to the world's highest peaks, where thin air and brutal cold create different challenges, but equally final consequences. From ocean to mountain, from navigation failure to summit ambition, our next disappearance takes us to Mount Everest in 1924, where two British climbers were last seen climbing toward the summit in weather that was clearing. Did they make it? Did they reach the top 29 years before Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay? Or did the mountain kill them just short of success? The answer might rest with George Mallory's body, found 75 years after he vanished. But his companion, and the camera that could prove they summited, remain missing. Everest awaits. Section 5 Mallory Irvine Everest's mystery from the vastness of ocean. We climb now to the roof of the world. Mount Everest, 8,849 meters above sea level. The highest point on Earth's surface. A mountain so tall that its summit extends into the jet stream, where winds can exceed 200 kilometers per hour and temperatures plunge to minus 60 degrees Celsius, where oxygen is 1/3 of sea level concentration, barely enough to sustain consciousness, let alone physical exertion, where the human body begins dying from the moment it enters the death zone above 8,000 meters, cellular damage from hypoxia that no acclimatization can prevent, only delay. Into this lethal environment, on June 8, 1924, climbed two British mountaineers, George Leigh Mallory, 37, veteran of two previous Everest expeditions, and Andrew Sandy Irvine, 22, young, strong, and on his first Himalayan climb. They were last seen by teammate Noel Odell at 12:50 p.m., climbing strongly toward the summit. Then clouds closed in. Mallory and Irvine never returned. Whether they reached the summit before dying, whether they stood on top of the world 29 years before Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay's confirmed 1,953 ascent, remains one of mountaineering's greatest mysteries. George Mallory was not a reckless thrill-seeker. Born in 1886, he was an educated man, a teacher, a family man with a wife and 3 children. But he was also driven by something deeper than reason, an obsession with Everest that defined his later life. When asked why he wanted to climb Everest, Mallory gave what became mountaineering's most famous quote, "Because it's there." 3 words that encapsulate the explorer's mindset, the acknowledgement that some challenges exist simply to be met, some mountains exist to be climbed, regardless of practical purpose. Mallory had been to Everest twice before 1924. In 1921, he participated in the first British reconnaissance expedition, which mapped routes and determined that an ascent via the North Col and Northeast Ridge was feasible. In 1922, he returned with a summit attempt, reaching 8,320 meters before turning back due to exhaustion and deteriorating weather. On that expedition's 3rd attempt, an avalanche killed 7 Sherpa porters, a tragedy that haunted Mallory. But he wasn't finished with Everest. The mountain had become his nemesis and his destiny. The 1924 British Everest expedition was Mallory's 3rd, and, he told friends, final attempt. He was 37 old for high-altitude mountaineering by the standards of that era. His body was showing the accumulated damage of multiple Everest expeditions, but he was experienced, determined, and convinced that success was possible with the right partner and conditions. He chose Andrew Irvine, a young Oxford student with no high-altitude experience, but excellent technical skills, particularly with the expedition's oxygen apparatus, primitive by modern standards, but cutting edge for 1924. The 1924 expedition, like all pre-World War Everest attempts, climbed from the north through Tibet. The southern route through Nepal wasn't available. Nepal was closed to foreigners. The north route was longer, more exposed to winds, and presented significant technical challenges, particularly the second step, a 30-meter rock face at 8,610 meters that would prove crucial to the Mallory-Irvine mystery. By early June 1924, the expedition had established camps up to Camp Vi at 8,170 meters on the northeast ridge. On June 6, 2 climbers, Edward Norton and Howard Somerville, made a summit attempt without supplemental oxygen. Norton reached 570 meters, an altitude record that would stand for decades, before being forced back by exhaustion and snow blindness. He returned convinced the summit was achievable with oxygen. June 8, 1924. Mallory and Irvine prepared to depart Camp V for their summit attempt. They carried oxygen apparatus cylinders of compressed oxygen with primitive regulators that added significant weight but provided precious extra oxygen at extreme altitude. They departed early, before dawn, aiming to reach the summit and return to Camp Voi before nightfall. The plan was ambitious, but seemed feasible if weather held, and they moved quickly. At 12:50 p.m., Noel Odell, climbing in support, reached a position at approximately 8,000 meters where he could observe the upper mountain. Clouds had been obscuring the ridge, but momentarily they parted. Odell saw two tiny figures high on the ridge, moving upward. In his initial report, he said they were just below or on the first step, a rock formation at about 8,500 meters. Later, he revised this, suggesting they might have been at the second step, higher up at 8,610 meters. The sighting lasted only moments before clouds closed in again. That glimpse, a few seconds of visual contact through shifting clouds, is the last confirmed sighting of Mallory and Irvine alive. They never returned to Camp Vi. They never returned to any camp. The expedition waited days, hoping, but eventually had to accept reality. Mallory and Irvine were lost. Whether they died climbing toward the summit, on the summit itself, or descending after summiting, no one knew. The mystery spawned immediate speculation. Had they summited? Odell's sighting suggested they were moving upward strongly as late as 12:50 p.m. The summit was roughly 340 vertical meters above the second step. In good conditions, experienced climbers could cover that in a few hours, but 1,924 climbing was different from modern climbing. No fixed ropes, no established route, primitive equipment, oxygen systems that might fail, and the second step, if that's where Odell saw them, was a significant obstacle. No one knew if it was climbable without modern equipment. For 75 years, the mystery remained complete. Searchers in subsequent years found no trace of Mallory or Irvine. The mountain kept its secret. Then, on May 1, 1999, a search expedition led by climber Conrad Anker found George Mallory's body at 8,155 meters on the north face, below where he would have been descending from the summit. The body was remarkably preserved by cold and ice. Mallory lay face down, arms extended upward, in a position suggesting he'd tried to arrest a fall. His injuries indicated a significant tumble, broken leg, fractured skull. He'd been roped to someone. Rope was still tied around his waist, but the other end was broken, frayed by tension and impact. The discovery answered some questions, but raised others. Mallory's goggles were in his pocket, suggesting he'd been descending in darkness or failing light if he'd been climbing down during daylight. The goggles would have been on his face, protecting against snow blindness. This implies they'd been high on the mountain very late in the day, past when prudent climbers should descend. Why? Possible explanations: they summited and descended late, or they pushed late trying to summit and turned back, or they became delayed by difficulties. Items found on Mallory's body included personal effects, letters, but notably not the photograph of his wife that had said he would leave on the summit if he reached it. Does its absence mean he left it on top? Or did it simply get lost during the fall? Inconclusive. The body's position and the broken rope suggested Mallory and Irvine were roped together when they fell. Mallory's injuries were not immediately fatal. The position of his body and abrasions on his hands suggest he survived the fall initially, tried to arrest himself, perhaps called out to Irvine. But at that altitude, with those injuries, survival would have been measured in minutes or hours at most. Whereas Irvine, his body has never been found despite extensive searches. He may have fallen differently, ending up in a different location. He might be buried under snow and ice, The mountain is vast, and bodies can remain hidden for decades, even in relatively well-trafficked areas. Without Irvine's body, a crucial piece of evidence remains missing: the camera. Both Mallory and Irvine carried a Kodak vest pocket camera, a small format camera that could survive extreme cold. If they reached the summit, they almost certainly would have taken photographs. Summit photos were standard practice, and the photograph would have been proof of their achievement. The film, even after 75 years in Himalayan cold, might be developable. Modern film preservation techniques can recover images from very old, cold-stored film. If Irvine's body is found with the camera and the film is intact, and it shows summit photographs, the mystery would be solved. But until then, we're left with inference and debate. The technical question centers on the second step. In 1975, Chinese climbers placed a ladder on the second step, making it easily climbable. But in 1924, no such aid existed. Conrad Anker, who found Mallory's body, attempted to free climb the second step in 1999 using period-appropriate equipment. He succeeded, but described it as extremely difficult, probably 8 to 5. 10 difficulty in modern rock climbing grades at 8,610 meters altitude, where every movement is exhausting and hypoxia clouds judgment. Could Mallory and Irvine have climbed it? Mallory was an excellent rock climber by 1920 standards. Irvine was young and strong. It's possible, but it would have taken time, consumed precious energy, and perhaps damaged their oxygen equipment. Modern analysis of their oxygen supply and consumption rates suggests they had enough oxygen to reach the summit if their equipment worked properly and they moved at reasonable pace. But reasonable pace at extreme altitude in 1924 is speculative. They might have moved faster or slower than modern estimates suggest. The strongest argument against their summiting is timing. Odell saw them at 12:50 p.m., still below the summit. Modern climbers with superior equipment, fixed ropes, and established routes typically summit Everest by mid-morning and descend by early afternoon to avoid being caught on the mountain after dark. If Mallory and Irvine were still climbing upward at 12:50 p.m., they would have summited very late, perhaps 4 or 5 p.m. at earliest. Descending from that late in conditions that required goggles to be removed, suggesting darkness or storm, would be extremely dangerous. It's possible they reached the summit, but died descending in the dark, unable to find their route, exhausted, out of oxygen. The strongest argument for their summiting is the photograph absence and the fact that Mallory's body was found so far down the mountain. If they'd turned back without summiting, would they have descended that far in failing conditions? Or does the location suggest they were returning from much higher from the summit? We'll never know with certainty unless Irvine's body and the camera are found with conclusive summit photographs. Until then, the mystery endures. Did they stand on top? Did Mallory achieve his obsession? Or did Everest defeat them just short of success, as it has defeated so many others? What we know for certain is that Mallory died on Everest, still roped to his young companion, after pushing to extreme altitude in pursuit of a summit. Whether that summit was achieved or not, the courage and determination of their attempt cannot be questioned. They climbed into conditions that would kill them with equipment primitive by modern standards, driven by the same force that drives all explorer, the need to go where no one has gone, to achieve what hasn't been achieved, to answer the question, can it be done, with their lives. The debate about Mallory and Irvine has become part of mountaineering culture. Every few years, new expeditions search for Irvine or the camera. Every new analysis of Odell's sighting of oxygen consumption rates, of weather conditions that day, produces new papers arguing for or against their success. The mystery has outlived almost everyone who knew them personally. It has become bigger than the men themselves, symbol of human ambition, of the fine line between triumph and tragedy, of the way mountains keep their secrets. Everest has been summited thousands of times since 1953. The mountain is crowded now during climbing season, so crowded that climbers sometimes queue at bottlenecks, waiting their turn to climb fixed ropes. The romance of Everest as an unconquered peak is long gone, but the mystery of Mallory and Irvine remains romantic because it comes from an era when Everest truly was unknown, when reaching the summit meant genuine exploration rather than guided ascent, when the mountain could still defeat the most determined challengers. George Mallory's body rests on Everest still. After documenting and photographing it, the 1999 expedition buried it in snow and icicairn of stones marking the location. It seemed appropriate to leave him on the mountain. He'd devoted so much of his life to climbing. Sandy Irvine remains somewhere higher, perhaps forever hidden, and the camera that might solve the mystery rests with him, its film waiting to tell a story that began nearly a century ago. As we descend from Everest's lethal heights, we travel now to a different kind of wilderness, the tropical forests and coastlines of New Guinea, where our next vanished explorer was not seeking a summit or a lost city, but art and anthropological understanding. Michael Rockefeller, son of one of America's most powerful families, ventured among peoples whose culture included headhunting and ritual cannibalism. He disappeared in circumstances that suggest a fate too terrible for his family to publicly acknowledge. From mountain to jungle, from British nobility to American privilege, the pattern continues. Wilderness doesn't care about your background, your family name, or your intentions. Michael Rockefeller awaits. Section 6. Michael Rockefeller lost among the Asmat, November 19, 1961. The coast of Netherlands, New Guinea, now the Indonesian province of Papua. The water is warm, brown with sediment from jungle rivers, shallow in some places, deep in others. Two men cling to an overturned catamaran that has been drifting for hours after capsizing. One is Ren Wassing, a Dutch anthropologist. The other is Michael Rockefeller, 23 years old, son of Nelson Rockefeller, then governor of New York, later vice president of the United States, and heir to one of America's greatest fortunes. They've been in the water since mid-morning. The shore is visible, perhaps 10 miles away. Help hasn't come. The catamaran is drifting further from land, not closer. Rockefeller, young and strong, makes a decision. Hell, swim for shore, find help, send rescue for Wassing. He ties two empty fuel cans together for flotation, says goodbye, and begins swimming toward the coast. Wassing watches him go, growing smaller in the distance. Michael Rockefeller is never seen again. What happened to him, whether he drowned, was taken by sharks. or reached shore only to meet a darker fate remains one of the most controversial disappearances of the 20th century. Michael Rockefeller was born into privilege that most humans cannot imagine. The Rockefeller family fortune, built on oil and finance, made them among the wealthiest people in history. Michael grew up in Manhattan, attended Harvard, had access to education, travel, and opportunities that opened any door. But he wasn't interested in business or politics. He was drawn to anthropology, to art, to cultures radically different from his own privileged world. After Harvard, he worked briefly at the Peabody Museum, then decided to travel to Netherlands, New Guinea, to collect Asmat tribal art for the Museum of Primitive Art his father had founded. The Asmat people lived in the southwestern coastal region of New Guinea, in swamps and tidal forests, largely untouched by Western influence, even in 1961. They were accomplished woodcarvers, creating elaborate poles, shields, and figures connected to their spiritual beliefs and practices. But they were also warriors with traditions that horrified Western observers, headhunting and ritual cannibalism. Not cannibalism born of starvation, but ritual consumption of enemies to absorb their power and honor the dead. Dutch colonial authorities had been trying to suppress these practices, but in remote areas, traditional customs persisted. Rockefeller had made a previous trip to Asmat territory in 1961 and returned with artifacts. He was fascinated by the culture and wanted to collect more. In November 1961, he returned with Ren Wassing and 2 young Asmat men who served as guides and boat handlers. They traveled by a small catamaran, essentially a motorized boat with outriggers through coastal waters and tidal channels, visiting villages, trading for carvings and artifacts. November 18, 1961. The catamaran was heavily loaded with artifacts and supplies. While navigating coastal waters near the mouth of the Betts River, in rough conditions created by tidal currents meeting ocean swells, the boat was swamped and capsized. The motor died. The 4 men clung to the overturned hull. The 2 Asmat guides, more experienced with the water and conditions, chose to swim for shore immediately. They made it, covering the distance in several hours. Rockefeller and Wassing, less confident in the water and further from shore when the boat capsized, stayed with the catamaran, hoping it would drift toward land or that someone would see them and send help. But the catamaran drifted out to sea, not towards shore. They spent the night clinging to it, in water, exhausted and increasingly desperate. By morning of November 19, they drifted further. No rescue appeared. The shore was visible but distant. Rockefeller, athletic and young, believed he could swim to shore. Wassing, older and less strong, knew he couldn't make it. Rockefeller's decision to swim was understandable but risky. The distance was significant. Estimates vary from 10 to 12 miles. The water contained currents, sharks, crocodiles, but staying with a drifting catamaran meant certain death from exposure or being swept out to sea. Around mid-morning, Rockefeller began swimming. Wassing watched until he could no longer see him. Then Wassing waited. Hours passed. Eventually, a search plane spotted Wassing, still clinging to the catamaran, and guided a boat to rescue him. He was dehydrated, exhausted, but alive. He reported that Rockefeller had swum towards shore hours earlier. Search operations began immediately. The Dutch colonial government launched an extensive search. Aircraft flew low over the coastline looking for a body or survivor. Boats scoured the coastal waters. Villages were questioned. The Asmat guides who'd successfully swum to shore were interrogated. Days passed. Nothing. No body. No sign of Rockefeller. The search continued for days, then weeks, but found no evidence. The official conclusion: Rockefeller drowned or was taken by sharks during his swim. His body was lost in the ocean or consumed by marine life. It was a tragic accident. The case was closed. But rumors began almost immediately, whispered among missionaries, anthropologists, and Dutch patrol officers familiar with Asmat territory. Rockefeller hadn't drowned, he'd made it to shore, and there he'd been killed and possibly eaten by Asmat warriors. These rumors persisted for decades, growing more detailed with time. Specific villages were named. Individual warriors were accused. Stories circulated about what happened. Rockefeller reached the beach exhausted, was found by Asmat men from villages hostile to outsiders, and was killed as revenge for previous conflicts with Dutch colonizers or as part of traditional warfare practices. For years, the Rockefeller family publicly maintained that Michael had drowned. The alternative, that he'd been murdered and cannibalized, was too terrible to acknowledge. Nelson Rockefeller, whose political career was ascending, couldn't afford the scandal. The Dutch government, responsible for colonial administration but unable to prevent the disappearance, preferred the drowning narrative. And without evidence, the rumors remained just that, dark whispers with no proof. Then, in 2014, journalist Carl Hoffman published Savage Harvest, a book investigating Rockefeller's disappearance. Hoffman spent years in Asmat territory, interviewing elderly villagers, Dutch patrol officers, missionaries, anyone with knowledge of events in 1961. His conclusion, based on consistent testimony from multiple sources, was that Rockefeller did make it to shore, exhausted but alive. He was found by warriors from the village of Otsjanep, a community with grievances against Dutch colonizers and outsiders. The warriors killed Rockefeller, clubbed him, speared him, and brought his body back to the village. There, according to Hoffman's sources, ritual cannibalism occurred. Parts of Rockefeller's body were consumed in ceremonies connected to Asmat beliefs about absorbing enemy power and honoring the dead. Hoffman's sources included elderly Asmat men who claimed to have witnessed or participated in the events. They named specific individuals involved. They described details where Rockefeller came ashore, how he was killed, what happened to his body. Some spoke of seeing his skull kept as a trophy, though it was never produced. The accounts were consistent enough to suggest truth, but they came decades after the fact, from a culture with oral tradition that can blend events and mythology, and without physical evidence. The question remains, is it true? Did Michael Rockefeller really make it to shore only to be killed and cannibalized? Or did he drown or succumb to sharks as officially stated? We'll likely never know with certainty. No confirmed physical evidence has surfaced. The alleged skull was never found or never existed. Bodies consumed or disposed of in jungle or water leave no trace. And the Asmat witnesses, even if truthful, were describing events from 50 years earlier, filtered through memory and cultural perspective. What we know with certainty: Rockefeller disappeared in waters off a coast inhabited by people whose traditions included violence against outsiders and ritual cannibalism. The cultural context makes the rumours plausible. The Asmat had reasons to be hostile. Dutch colonial patrols had killed Asmat warriors in conflicts, creating cycles of revenge. An outsider arriving alone, exhausted, unable to communicate effectively, could easily be seen as an enemy or opportunity for revenge. The Asmat practice of ritual cannibalism, while shocking to Western sensibilities, had cultural logic within their belief system. Consuming enemy flesh wasn't savagery, it was spiritual practice. Warriors believed consuming part of a killed enemy absorbed that person's strength and appeased ancestral spirits. Headhunting served similar purposes. Collecting enemy skulls honored the dead and demonstrated warrior prowess. Dutch colonizers had been trying to suppress these practices, but in 1961, in remote areas, traditions persisted. The irony is profound. Michael Rockefeller was in Asmat territory because he respected and valued indigenous culture. He wasn't a colonizer or missionary trying to change the Asmat. He was collecting art, preserving cultural artifacts, documenting traditions. But to Asmat warriors who'd experienced colonial violence, he was just another white outsider, indistinguishable from those who'd killed their people. If the rumors are true, Rockefeller died not because he disrespected Asmat culture, but because he was perceived as part of a broader pattern of colonial intrusion. The Rockefeller family fortune couldn't save him. Privilege, education, good intentions, none of it mattered in that moment. The ocean doesn't care about your family name. Neither does a warrior with a grievance and a spear. Rockefeller's disappearance demonstrates that wilderness, whether ocean or jungle or the violent edge, where cultures clash, reduces everyone to their most basic vulnerability. You can be a Rockefeller heir, but in water 10 miles from shore, you're just a man swimming, exhausted, against currents and time. You can arrive with respect and good intentions, but if you're perceived as enemy, your intentions don't protect you. Modern searches for evidence have yielded nothing conclusive. No remains have been confirmed as Rockefeller's. The coastline and jungle have kept whatever secrets they hold. The Asmat villages, now more integrated into Indonesian society, are different places than they were in 1961. The generation that might have known what happened is largely gone, and without physical evidence remains, artifacts, photographs were left with testimony that cannot be definitively confirmed or disproved. The mystery endures partly because the two possible explanations are so different in their implications. If Rockefeller drowned, his death was tragic accident, a young man making a brave but doomed swim, his body claimed by ocean. If he made it to shore and was killed, his death becomes something else, a cultural collision, revenge, violence, the gap between anthropological interest and lived reality. One version is natural tragedy. The other is human tragedy compounded by colonialism's lingering effects and cultural misunderstanding. For the Rockefeller family, the mystery was a private agony. Michael's mother never accepted his death, waiting years before holding a memorial service, hoping somehow he'd survived and would return. His twin sister Mary was devastated. Nelson Rockefeller carried the loss through his subsequent political career, rarely speaking of it publicly. The inability to recover a body, to have certainty, made grief more difficult. Michael simply vanished, swallowed by New Guinea's coast, leaving questions that would never be fully answered. The disappearance also raised uncomfortable questions about anthropology, and cultural contact. Should wealthy Westerners be collecting tribal art from cultures still practicing traditional warfare? Did Rockefeller's presence, however well-intentioned, contribute to disrupting Asmat society? These questions have no easy answers, but they've informed how modern anthropology approaches indigenous cultures with more awareness of power dynamics, more concern for how outside presence affects communities, more recognition that respect and good intentions don't eliminate the risks and complications of cultural contact. Michael Rockefeller's fate, whether he drowned in the ocean or was killed on a beach by Asmat warriors, illustrates a truth about vanished explorers. Sometimes the mystery itself becomes more significant than the answer. The uncertainty, the rumors, the cultural clash, the wealth and privilege meeting primal violence, these elements combine into a story that resonates beyond the simple question of what happened. It becomes a story about colonialism's echoes, about the limits of privilege, about the distances, geographic and cultural, that can separate people, about the ways that good intentions can end in tragedy, somewhere off the coast of Papua, or perhaps on a beach long since claimed by jungle, or in the memory of elderly Asmat, who may or may not be telling truth, lies the answer to what happened to Michael Rockefeller. The ocean may have taken him, or the jungle may have consumed him in a different, darker way. We'll likely never know which, and perhaps that uncertainty is fitting a reminder that some borders between worlds are dangerous to cross, that some mysteries resist solution, that vanishing can be so complete that even wealth and power cannot force the wilderness to give up its secrets. As we leave the tropical coasts of New Guinea, we travel now to a different kind of vastness, the Australian interior, the outback, where distance and heat and emptiness created their own form of lethal wilderness. Our next explorer didn't vanish alone, but took an entire expedition with him and animals, supplies all swallowed by the continent so completely that 170 years of searching has found no confirmed trace. From the complexity of cultural collision, we turn to the simpler but equally absolute mystery of geographic disappearance. From questions of what happened and why to the even more basic question where. Ludwig Leichhardt awaits. Section 7 Ludwig, Leichhardt, Australia's most baffling disappearance, April 1848. A cattle station called McPherson Station on the edge of Queensland's settled frontier. Here, a small expedition is preparing for what its leader calls the Great Journeyer crossing of the Australian continent from east to west. From Queensland to the Swan River colony, modern Perth, roughly 3,000 miles across some of Earth's most inhospitable terrain. The leader is Friedrich Wilhelm Ludwig Leichhardt, a 34-year-old Prussian explorer who'd already completed one of Australia's most successful expeditions 3 years earlier. With him are 6 companions, 77 mules, 270 goats, and supplies for what he estimates will be a 2 to 3 year journey. On April 3, 1848, Leichhardt writes a final letter to friends, describing his preparations and expressing confidence in success. The expedition departs shortly after. They walk into the Australian interior, and they vanish. Not just Leichhardt, not just the men. The entire expedition, 7 men, 77 mules, 270 goats, supplies, equipment disappears so completely that over 170 years of searching has produced no confirmed physical evidence of their fate. It's as if the continent swallowed them whole and left nothing behind. Ludwig Leichhardt arrived in Australia in 1842, a trained naturalist and geologist seeking adventure and scientific opportunity. By 1844, he'd organised an expedition to travel from Brisbane to Port Essington in northern Australia, roughly 3,000 miles through largely unmapped interior. The expedition took 14 months, faced numerous hardships, and Leichhardt himself was speared during a confrontation with Aboriginal people. But the expedition succeeded. Leichhardt returned to acclaim, scientific recognition, and a desire to attempt an even more ambitious journey. His goal for 1848 was to cross the continent from east to west, traversing the interior from Queensland through Central Australia to Western Australia's Swan River colony. No European had made such a crossing. The interior was largely unknown. Maps showed vast blank spaces. Some theorized an inland sea existed. Others suggested desert. No one knew with certainty. Leichhardt intended to find out. The expedition composition was interesting. 6 men accompanied Leichhardt: Adolf Classen, Arthur Hentig, Kelly first name unknown, Donald Start, a man named Turnbull, and another whose name has been lost to history. Some were experienced bushmen. Others were not. All were volunteers, understanding the risks. The animal train was extensive 77 mules to carry supplies and equipment, 270 goats for food, a mobile food source that could be slaughtered as needed during the long journey. From McPherson Station, the planned route led northwest toward the Gulf of Carpentaria, then west across northern Australia toward Western Australia. The exact route was flexible. Leichhardt would follow water sources, Aboriginal paths, terrain that allowed passage. But the general direction was clear west, across the heart of Australia to the other coast. The last confirmed contact was the letter of April 3, 1848. After that silence, months passed. A year, 2 years. Leichhardt had said the journey might take 2 or 3 years, so initial absence wasn't alarming. But by 1850, concern grew. By 1852, it was clear something had gone terribly wrong. Leichhardt should have reached Western Australia. He should have sent word. He hadn't. The entire expedition had vanished. Search expeditions began cautious at first, then increasingly desperate as decades passed, with no findings. The Australian interior is vast. Search parties couldn't simply walk every mile looking for traces. They followed likely routes, questioned Aboriginal groups, investigated rumours, but they found nothing conclusive, nothing that definitely came from Leichhardt's expedition. Over the years, various claimed discoveries emerged. In 1852, a tree was found marked with an L, and what might be a date interpreted by some as evidence of Leichhardt's passage. But the carving was ambiguous, could be old or new, made by Leichhardt or by anyone. Other L trees were found over subsequent decades. Some may have been genuine Leichhardt markings. Most were probably not. Without additional context, campsites nearby, dated artifacts, clear evidence connecting the tree to the expeditioner, carved letter proves nothing. In 1864, explorer Duncan McIntyre found human remains and horse bones in central Queensland that some believed were from Leichhardt's party. Analysis was inconclusive. The bones could be from any expedition, any travellers, any number of people who died in the outback. In 1871, Aboriginal people reported finding skeletons, metal, and equipment in a remote area. Investigations found nothing definitive. The reports couldn't be verified. The most intriguing claimed evidence came decades later. In 1900, a brass plate was allegedly found with Leichhardt's name on it, but the plate's authenticity was disputed, its provenance unclear. In the 1930s, another brass plate surfaced, also claimed to be from Leichhardt's expedition. Again, authenticity was questioned. In 2006, yet another artifact, a shotgun marked with a name that might be Leichhardt, was found and analysed. DNA testing of biological material on the gun showed it had been touched by someone of European ancestry, but whether that person was Leichhardt or someone else could not be determined. This pattern, repeated across 170 years, alleged evidence surfaces, is examined and proves inconclusive. The Australian interior has yielded countless artifacts, bones, and carvings that might be from Leichhardt, but cannot be definitively proven to be. The desert, the scrubland, the bush, they're full of false leads and ambiguous evidence. What happened? The most likely explanation, according to historians and outback experts, is that the expedition died somewhere in the interior, probably in stages, with different members dying at different times and locations as supplies ran out, water sources failed, illness struck, or accidents occurred. In Australia's outback, death leaves minimal trace. Bodies decompose rapidly in heat. Scavengers scatter bones. Equipment is buried in sand, rusts into unrecognizable fragments, or is carried off by Aboriginal peoples who found it useful. The mules and goats either died or, more likely, were slaughtered and eaten as the expedition grew desperate. Within months or years, almost all evidence of 7 men and nearly 350 animals could vanish. Several specific theories have been proposed. One suggests the expedition died of thirst in desert regions of central Australia, possibly attempting to cross areas without adequate water sources. Australia's interior contains vast arid zones where water is scarce or non-existent for hundreds of kilometers. An expedition caught between water sources, with supplies depleted and no rain, would die within days. Bodies would be left where they fell, scattered over miles as members tried different directions seeking water. Another theory suggests conflict with Aboriginal groups. Leichhardt's previous expedition had hostile encounters. Aboriginal peoples defending their territory or seeking revenge for colonial violence might have attacked the expedition. But if so, Aboriginal oral histories haven't clearly preserved the story or haven't shared it with outsiders. Some Aboriginal groups were questioned during searches, but reports were fragmentary and contradictory. A third theory suggests the expedition reached the northwest coast, but died before completing the journey to Perth, perhaps in the harsh Kimberley region or the Great Sandy Desert of Western Australia. This would explain why searches in Queensland and Central Australia found little the expedition had travelled farther west than expected before meeting disaster. A more speculative theory suggests Leichhardt and some companions survived for years, perhaps living with Aboriginal groups, perhaps eking out existence in remote areas, but never managing to reach civilization or send word. This theory seems unlikely. 7 European men living in the bush for years would likely leave more trace, attract notice, or find way to communicate with settlements. The complete absence of confirmed evidence is itself evidence of sorts. It suggests the expedition didn't suffer a single catastrophic event massacre, a flood, a fire that would have left concentrated remains in one location. Instead, it suggests gradual dissolution, the expedition fragmenting as conditions worsened, men dying separately in different locations, equipment scattered or lost, animals dying or wandering off. This kind of dispersed disaster leaves minimal concentrated evidence for searchers to find decades or centuries later. The vastness of the search area compounds the mystery. Leichhardt could have taken routes through Queensland, Northern Territory, or northern Western Australia. That's millions of square kilometers of territory, much of it still remote and difficult to access even today. Modern aerial surveys, satellite imagery, and ground searches continue periodically, but finding remains of an 1,848 expedition in such vast territory is extraordinarily difficult. What makes Leichhardt's disappearance particularly baffling is the scale. This wasn't 1 or 2 people vanishing. This was an entire expedition, 7 men who could theoretically support each other, protect each other, make better decisions collectively than individuals alone, plus 350 animals representing months of food supply and carrying capacity for equipment. This should have been a resilient expedition, yet it vanished as completely as if it had never existed. The mystery has entered Australian folklore. Leichhardt became a symbol of the continent's danger, of how the outback defeats even prepared explorers. Novels, films, and countless articles have explored his disappearance. The lack of closure has kept the mystery alive, without a body, without definitive evidence. Speculation continues. Searches continue. Hope persists that someday, somewhere, someone will find the answer. Modern technology has been applied to the search. Aerial surveys photographing outback regions, satellite imagery analyzed for anomalies that might indicate campsites or remains, ground-penetrating radar in areas where evidence might be buried. These efforts have found nothing conclusive. The outback is excellent at hiding secrets. Leichhardt's disappearance also raises questions about expedition planning and risk. His first expedition succeeded despite hardships, but success can breed overconfidence. Did Leichhardt, emboldened by his 1,844-46 success, underestimate the challenges of an even longer, more difficult crossing? Did he take routes or make decisions that put the entire expedition at fatal risk? Without journals or survivors, we can't know what choices were made or what circumstances forced their hand. The lesson from Leichhardt, if there is one, is about the absolute indifference of wilderness. Australia's interior is beautiful and deadly. It provides no sympathy for mistakes. Water is life without it. You die within days. Heat kills. Distances are vast. Help is non-existent. Leichhardt knew all this from his first expedition, yet he vanished on his second. Experience doesn't guarantee survival. Preparation doesn't eliminate risk. The outback takes whom it wants, when it wants, and leaves questions instead of answers. Somewhere in Australia, possibly in Queensland, possibly in the Northern Territory, possibly in Western Australia, Possibly scattered across all three lie the remains of Ludwig Leichhardt, his 6 companions, and evidence of 350 animals. The bones are probably buried, scattered, mixed with sediment, weathered beyond recognition. The equipment is probably rusted, broken, lost. The story of what happened exists only in the final days and hours experienced by men who couldn't tell anyone, who died knowing their fate would be mystery. Every few years, new claims emerge, a skeleton found in remote areas, analysed, tested, an artifact discovered, examined, debated, tree markings re-investigated with new analysis techniques. But 175 years have passed. The chances of finding definitive proof diminish with each decade. The outback is patient. It keeps its secrets well, and it seems determined to keep this one. As we leave the sun-scorched emptiness of Australia's interior, we remain on the same continent, but shift to a different tragedy, one where we know much more, where the expedition left extensive evidence, where survivors told their story, but where the narrative is no less heartbreaking. From complete mystery, we turn to well-documented disaster. From questions about what happened to knowledge of exactly what happened and when, and the terrible awareness that small changes, different decisions, better timing, more luck could have saved everyone. The Australian outback claimed Leichhardt without witness. It nearly claimed our next explorers too, but they lived long enough to write what happened, to leave journals explaining every painful step of their demise. Sometimes knowing is harder than not knowing. Burke and Wills await. Section 8 Burke, Wills Australia's most tragic expedition, August 20, 1860, Royal Park, Melbourne, Australia. A vast crowd gathers to watch the departure of the Victorian exploring expedition, the most lavishly funded exploration venture in Australian history. 26 camels imported from India and Afghanistan stand loaded with supplies. 23 horses carry equipment. 19 men prepare to cross Australia from south to north, Melbourne to the Gulf of Carpentaria. The goal to be first to traverse the continent, to claim glory for Victoria, to map unknown interior. Leading them is Robert O'Hara Burke, a 39-year-old Irish-born police superintendent with no exploration experience. His second in command is William John Wills, 26, a surveyor and astronomer. Neither has crossed Australian outback before. Neither understands what they're about to face. Within a year, Burke and Wills will be dead at a place called Cooper's Creek, having technically reached the Gulf but died on the return journey. The expedition that seemed to have everything funding, supplies, animals, men failed through a combination of poor leadership, bad luck, and timing so tragic it seems orchestrated by fate itself. Robert O'Hara Burke was an unlikely choice to lead Australia's most ambitious expedition. He was brave, charismatic, and determined, but he had no exploration experience, limited bushcraft skills, and a tendency toward impulsive decisions. He'd been a soldier, then a police officer, positions requiring authority and decisiveness, but not the careful planning and adaptability that outback survival demands. The Royal Society of Victoria chose him anyway, valuing his leadership qualities over practical experience. It was a fatal miscalculation. William Wills, in contrast, was methodical, scientifically trained, and detail-oriented. He kept careful journals, took astronomical observations, recorded data. He was exactly the kind of person who should have been making decisions. But he deferred to Burke, followed orders, and died because of it. The expedition departed Melbourne with extraordinary resources, over 3 tons of supplies including food for 2 years, scientific instruments, guns, ammunition, and peculiarly, a large oak table and chairs, as if Burke envisioned formal dinners in the outback. The supply list revealed a disconnect from reality, items suitable for established settlements, but impractical for desert crossing. The expedition was oversupplied with some things, underprepared for others. From the start, problems emerged. Burke set a punishing pace, racing north, as if competing rather than exploring. He was obsessed with beating John McDougall's start, another explorer attempting a south-north crossing from a different starting point. Burke wasn't interested in careful exploration and scientific observation. He wanted to be first. This urgency drove decisions that compromised safety and success. By October 1860, barely 2 months after departure, the expedition reached Menindee on the Darling River, about 750 kilometers from Melbourne. Already, dissension and logistical problems plagued the group. Burke decided to split the expedition. He would take a smaller, faster party forward. The rest would follow more slowly with the bulk of supplies. This fragmentation would prove disastrous. Burke pushed on to Cooper's Creek in Central Australia, reaching it in November 1860. Here, he made another critical decision: establish a depot camp and take a small, fast party to the Gulf while the main group waited. He chose 3 men to accompany him: Wills, John King, a soldier, and Charles Gray, an ex-sailor. 4 men, 6 camels, 1 horse. They departed Cooper's Creek on December 16, 1860, leaving William Bray in charge of the depot camp with instructions to wait 3 months. The journey north was arduous. Summer heat, limited water sources, difficult terrain, but they made progress. On February 11, 1861, they reached tidal marshes near the Gulf of Carpentaria. They couldn't actually reach the open Gulf mangrove swamps, blocked final approach, but they'd effectively crossed the continent. Success, glory, achievement. Now they just had to return to Cooper's Creek and civilization. The return journey became a death march. They'd consumed supplies on the outward journey, counting on cached supplies and hunting for the return, but game was scarce. Water sources were failing. Summer heat intensified. Charles Gray, the strongest of the 4, began deteriorating. He was secretly eating extra rations discovered by others. Tensions rose. Gray grew weaker, possibly from exhaustion, possibly from dysentery. He died on April 17, 1861, near a place called Polygonum Swamp. The others buried him, losing crucial time. Burke, Wills, and King continued toward Cooper's Creek, exhausted, starving, weakened. They reached Cooper's Creek on April 21, 1861, exactly 3 months and 9 days after departing. They staggered into the depot camp, expecting supplies, rest, and companions. Instead, they found an abandoned camp. Bray and the others had left that very morning, April 21, just hours earlier. After waiting 3 months as instructed, with supplies running low and no sign of Burke, Bray had made the agonizing decision to depart for Menindee. He left a message carved on a coolabah tree, dig 3F new, and a date. Buried beneath were minimal supplies, a note explaining the departure, some food, but not enough for a return journey. This is the famous Dig Tree moment, one of Australian history's most tragic near misses. Burke's party arrived the same day Bray left, hours too late. If they'd arrived that morning, all would be saved. If Gray hadn't died, costing time for burial, they'd have arrived earlier. If Bray had waited one more day, if the timing was so cruelly close that it seems impossible, yet it happened. Fate and bad luck conspired. Burke, Wills, and King were trapped. They were too weak to attempt the return journey to Menandy hundreds of kilometers through country they'd just crossed while depleted. They had minimal supplies. 3 men, a few camels still alive, and vast empty land around them. Burke made another decision, try to reach Mount Hopeless, a police outpost to the southwest. It was another gamble, another long journey for exhausted men. They attempted the journey, but made little progress. Exhaustion, starvation, and terrain defeated them. They retreated back toward Cooper's Creek, hoping perhaps that Bray might return or send help. There, in the vicinity of Cooper's Creek, they met a group of Aboriginal people from the Yandrawanda tribe. The Aboriginal people offered help fish, nardoo, a type of spore cake ground from a local plant, and guidance. For a time, this assistance kept Burke, Wills, and King alive. But tensions developed. Burke, proud and struggling to accept dependence, may have insulted or threatened the Aboriginal people. Sources are unclear, but at some point, the Aboriginal people left. Burke and his companions were alone again. Nardoo became their primary food, but it's nutritionally inadequate. It provides calories, but not thiamine vitamin bone. Long-term consumption causes thiamine deficiency, leading to beriberi weakness, confusion, heart problems. The Aboriginal people knew to properly process nardoo to maximize nutrition, but Burke and his companions didn't understand the technique. They were eating, but slowly starving nutritionally. By late May 1861, Burke and Wills were dying. Wills, meticulous to the end, continued writing in his journal, documenting their deterioration. On June 27 or 28, 1861, Burke sent King to seek help from the Aboriginal people. When King returned, he found Burke barely conscious. Burke died that evening, or the next day, June 28 or 29, 1861. Wills had already died, alone at a separate camp a few days earlier, his body found later with his journal beside him. King survived. He was found by Aboriginal people who took him in, fed him properly, and kept him alive until a rescue party found him in September 1861. He was emaciated, barely recognizable, but alive. He guided rescuers to Burke and Will's bodies. Both were buried where they died, near Cooper's Creek, in the area that had nearly been their salvation. But the tragedy has another layer. After leaving Cooper's Creek in April, Bray travelled back toward Menandy. He encountered the expedition's third in command, William Wright, who was finally bringing supplies forward months late. They decided to return to Cooper's Creek to check if Burke had returned. They reached the depot on May 8, 1861, barely 2 weeks after Burke had been there. But Burke had reburied the food cache from the dig tree after taking some supplies, replaced the marker, and left no clear sign of recent presence. Bray and Wright checked superficially but didn't dig. They assumed Burke hadn't returned. They left again. So Burke, Wills, and King were at Cooper's Creek around the same time Bray and Wright were there, probably within miles of each other, and missed each other completely. If Bray had dug at the dig tree, he'd have found Burke's note. Rescue might have been possible, but he didn't. Another agonizing near miss. The Burke and Will's story isn't about vanishing. We know what happened, where, when, and largely why. But it belongs in this narrative because it demonstrates how easily explorers can die even when rescue is close, when resources exist, when survival seems possible. Burke and Wills died of starvation and exhaustion within walking distance of help, within days of being found, within a landscape where Aboriginal people lived successfully. They died not because the land was inherently impossible, but because they didn't have the knowledge, humility, or luck to survive it. The expedition's failures were multiple. Burke's leadership was impulsive and prideful. The expedition's structure was fragmented and poorly coordinated. Communication between separated parties failed. The mad rush north prioritized speed over safety. And crucially, Burke and his men didn't adequately learn from Aboriginal people who knew the land. If Burke had sought genuine partnership with Aboriginal guides, accepted help without pride, learned food processing and water finding techniques, survival would have been possible. Instead, Burke maintained European superiority attitudes that prevented him from accepting the help that could have saved him. The irony is bitter. Burke and Wills succeeded in their goal. They crossed the continent, reached the Gulf, accomplished the mission, but they died before anyone knew, before they could claim their achievement, before success meant anything. Their bodies were found, their journals recovered, their route mapped, but they weren't there to receive recognition, to tell their story, to live with their success. The expedition that had everything became the expedition that lost everything. 13 people connected to the Burke and Wills expedition died. Burke, Wills, Gray, and others who died during the journey or in subsequent searches and relief efforts. For Victoria's most expensive, best supplied expedition, the death toll was catastrophic. John King survived only because he surrendered to circumstances, accepted Aboriginal help without Burke's pride, and remained in one place rather than attempting doomed rescue attempts. The expedition became a national tragedy and a source of profound reflection. What went wrong? How could such a well-funded venture fail so completely? The answers were uncomfortable appointing an inexperienced leader because he seemed authoritative, prioritizing national glory over careful planning, ignoring Aboriginal knowledge, fragmenting the expedition, making decisions based on pride rather than prudence. Every mistake was preventable. Every death was avoidable. That's what made it tragic rather than merely unfortunate. The dig tree still stands at Cooper's Creek, a blaze carved in its trunk marking the spot where hours determined life or death. It's protected now, a memorial to near-miss timing and fatal decisions. Burke and Will's bodies were later exhumed and reburied in Melbourne with state funerals and honours. Their achievement is recognised. They did cross the continent, but their failure is remembered more. They became symbols of hubris, of poor planning, of what happens when ambition exceeds wisdom. King, the sole survivor, lived until 1872. He was hailed as a hero, given a pension, but struggled with trauma and health problems from his ordeal. He told the story repeatedly, answered inquiries, helped subsequent expeditions understand what happened. His survival was the expedition's only redemption. The Burke and Will's story contrasts sharply with Leichhardt's complete disappearance. Leichhardt vanished, leaving questions. Burke and Will's died, leaving answers: detailed journals, found bodies, documented timeline, known locations. Yet both demonstrate the outback's lethal nature. Leichhardt vanished into mystery. Burke and Will's died in documented tragedy. Both outcomes prove the same point: Australia's interior demanded knowledge, humility, and respect that European explorers often lacked. As we leave the heartbreak of Cooper's Creek, where timing measured in hours separated life from death, we travel north again, far north, to the frozen waters of the Canadian Arctic, where our next vanishing involves not land exploration, but maritime disaster, not Victorian ambition, but Tudor-era desperation. From the newest European colony attempting to understand its continent, we return to older colonial powers, probing for trade routes through ice. From timing tragedy to mutiny mystery, from deaths documented in journals to disappearance shrouded in silence and speculation. Henry Hudson awaits. Section 9, Henry Hudson Mutiny in the ice, June 22, 1611. James Bay, at the southern tip of what would later be called Hudson Bay. The ice is breaking up, spring finally arriving after a brutal Arctic winter. A small ship called Discovery sits anchored in the bay, its crew exhausted, starving, and on the edge of mutiny. They've been trapped in ice since November 1610's even months of darkness, cold, and dwindling supplies. The expedition's leader is Henry Hudson, an English navigator who'd already made 3 previous voyages seeking northern routes to Asia. This 4th voyage had started with promise. Hudson had sailed Discovery through treacherous straits into a vast inland sea, Hudson Bay, convinced it was the Pacific Ocean and that China lay just beyond. But it wasn't the Pacific, it was a dead end. A massive bay, yes, but one that led nowhere except to frozen shorelines and disappointment. Now, with supplies nearly exhausted and winter finally breaking, tensions explode. The crew, led by Hudson's own first mate, decides they've had enough. They will mutiny. And Henry Hudson, along with his teenage son John, and 7 men deemed too sick or loyal to join the mutiny, will be cast adrift in a small boat with minimal supplies. The mutineers sail Discovery away, leaving Hudson and his companions to whatever fate the Arctic delivers. Hudson is never seen again. What happened to him, his son, and the 7 men set adrift remains one of the Arctic's earliest and most enduring mysteries. Henry Hudson was born around 1565, details of early life largely unknown. He emerges into historical record in 1607 when he captained his first expedition for England's Muscovy Company, seeking a northern route to Asia over the North Pole. That voyage reached Svalbard, but couldn't penetrate further north through ice. In 1608, Hudson tried again, this time seeking a northeast passage along the Russian Arctic coast. Ice blocked him again. In 1609, he sailed for the Dutch East India Company, again seeking northern routes, but ultimately exploring what's now the Hudson River in New Yorker, significant discovery, though not what had been hired to find. By 1610, Hudson had established a reputation, skilled navigator, persistent explorer, but also difficult personality. He was secretive about routes, reportedly played favorites among crew, made impulsive decisions, and could be both stubborn and indecisive depending on circumstances. These traits would prove fatal on his final voyage. April 17, 1610, Discovery departed London, financed by a group of merchants and adventurers eager to find the Northwest Passagier Sea Route through Arctic North America, connecting Atlantic and Pacific. Finding such a route would revolutionize trade with Asia, bypassing Spanish and Portuguese controlled routes. Hudson's crew included 23 men experienced sailors, a few gentlemen adventurers, and Hudson's teenage son John. The first mate was Robert Jewett, who'd sailed with Hudson before and had a contentious relationship with him. Also aboard was Henry Green, a young man of questionable character whom Hudson favoured despite Green's reputation for violence and troublemaking. The voyage proceeded through the North Atlantic toward the strait between Greenland and what's now Northern Canada Passage that would later bear Hudson's name, Hudson Strait. This strait had been partially explored but never fully navigated. Hudson, secretive about his plans, didn't share full details with his crew about where they were going or what he intended. This secrecy bred resentment. By June 1610, Discovery was navigating Hudson straight a treacherous passage of strong currents, ice, fog, and confusing geography. Progress was slow and dangerous. Tensions mounted. Jewett, the first mate, reportedly spoke openly about mutiny even at this early stage, complaining about Hudson's leadership and questioning the expedition's direction. Hudson demoted Jewett and appointed Robert Bylot as first mate. This decision created a faction of disgruntled crew members loyal to Jewett. Discovery finally emerged from Hudson Strait into a vast body of water that stretched west and south as far as eyes could see. Hudson believed had found the Pacific. He was wrong. It was Hudson Bay, a massive inland sea, but still part of Arctic North America, not an ocean passage. But Hudson didn't know this yet. He spent the summer of 1610 sailing south along the bay's eastern shore, searching for an exit that would lead to Pacific waters and China beyond. By November 1610, reality set in. The bay led to shallow southern shores, no Pacific outlet. Winter was closing in fast. Ice was forming. Hudson needed to find a place to winter over. He chose James Bay, the southern extension of Hudson Bay, and anchored Discovery in a sheltered spot. Then winter arrived in full Arctic fury. The winter of 1610-1611 was catastrophic for morale and supplies. The ship was frozen in solid ice, immobilized until spring thaw. Darkness dominated Arctic winter, means weeks where sun barely rises, just brief twilight periods between long nights. Temperatures plunged far below freezing. Supplies that should have lasted were running low. The crew hadn't brought adequate provisions for extended wintering. Hudson sent men hunting and foraging, but game was scarce. They caught some fish and birds, but not nearly enough. Scurvy began affecting the crew, the vitamin C deficiency disease that causes weakness, bleeding gums, loosening teeth, and eventual death. Men grew sick. Some died. All suffered. Hudson's leadership deteriorated. He rationed food, but did so unevenly, favouring some crew members over others, particularly Henry Green, and a few others Hudson trusted. This favouritism bred bitter resentment among the rest of the crew. Accusations of hoarding supplies circulated. Men whispered about taking control of the ship. Jewett, though demoted, still commanded loyalty from several crew members and continued stoking mutinous talk. By spring 1611, when ice finally began breaking up, the situation was desperate. Supplies were nearly exhausted. The crew was weak, sick, angry. Hudson announced plans to continue exploring to sail back north and keep searching for a passage to the Pacific. To the crew, this seemed insane. They wanted to go home, back to England, not venture further into Arctic waters that had nearly killed them. Hudson insisted. He was captain. His orders were to find the Northwest Passage. He would continue the mission. The crew had other plans. The mutiny began in the early morning of June 22, 1611. The ringleaders were Henry Green, despite Hudson's previous favoritism toward him, William Wilson, and several others. Jott likely supported the mutiny, though his exact role is unclear. The mutineers burst into Hudson's cabin, dragged him on deck, and bound his arms. Hudson's teenage son John, seeing his father seized, tried to intervene. The mutineers grabbed him too. Also seized were 7 men, some who were sick and seen as burdens, others who were loyal to Hudson and might resist the mutiny. The mutineers brought up a small boat of ships, shallop, an open-sailing boat meant for coastal work and shoreline exploration. They forced Hudson, his son, and the 7 other men into the shallop. They gave them minimal supplies, accounts vary, but likely some food, maybe a gun, basic equipment. Not enough for survival, but perhaps enough that the mutineers could claim they weren't simply murdering their captain. Then Discovery sailed away, leaving the shallop with 9 men adrift in James Bay, surrounded by ice, in one of Earth's most hostile environments. What happened next to Hudson and his companions is complete mystery. They were never seen again. No confirmed bodies were ever found. No wreckage of the shallop was discovered. They simply vanished into the Arctic, becoming ghosts lost to ice, water, and wilderness. Several possibilities exist. They might have died quickly exposure, starvation, drowning when the shallop was crushed by ice or swamped in rough water. James Bay, even in June, is brutally cold. Without adequate supplies and shelter, survival would have been measured in days at most. Hudson and the others, already weakened by the winter of starvation and scurvy, would have had minimal reserves to draw on. Another possibility, they reached shore and survived for some time hunting, fishing, trying to stay alive. But northern James Bay is remote, inhospitable. Indigenous peoples inhabited the region Cree and Inuit, but whether Hudson's group encountered them, and what happened if they did, is unknown. No indigenous oral histories clearly describing Hudson's fate have been recorded. Either the group died before making contact, or they did encounter indigenous peoples and the encounter ended fatally, or the story simply wasn't preserved or shared. A more speculative theory, Hudson and some companions survived for weeks or even months, gradually dying off one by one until none remained. Their bodies and any remains of the shallop could be anywhere along hundreds of miles of James Bay shoreline, scattered, buried, or lost to tides and time. The mutineers aboard Discovery faced their own challenges. After abandoning Hudson, they sailed north through Hudson Bay, trying to find their way back to Hudson Strait and the route home. Several mutineers were killed in a violent encounter with Inuit people. Others died of starvation and disease during the return voyage. By the time Discovery limped back to England in the fall of 1611, only 8 of the original 23 crew members survived. The survivors faced trial for mutiny, a capital crime, but the outcome was unexpected. They were eventually acquitted. Several factors contributed to this. First, the survivors could navigate and had knowledge of Hudson's discoveries, making them valuable for future expeditions. Second, their testimony painted Hudson as difficult and erratic, suggesting the mutiny was driven by desperation rather than criminal intent. Third, the most prominent mutineers, Green and Wilson, had died during the return voyage, leaving the survivors to claim they'd been coerced or had minor roles. Robert Bylot, who'd served as first mate after Juet's demotion, went on to participate in subsequent Arctic expeditions, returning to Hudson Bay and Hudson Strait to continue exploration. His later career was successful and is remembered as a skilled navigator. Juet, the original first mate and likely mutiny supporter, died during the return voyage, never facing justice or telling his full version of events. Hudson's disappearance shocked England, but didn't stop Arctic exploration. His discoveries, Hudson River, Hudson Strait, Hudson Bay, were significant geographical achievements. He'd opened new territories for exploration and future colonization. The fact that these discoveries are named after him rather than the mutineers who returned demonstrates who history remembers. But the mystery of his fate haunts his legacy. Unlike explorers who died with their story told, Hudson simply vanished. The last image we have of him is that morning in June 1611, a middle-aged navigator and his teenage son forced into a small boat by their own crew and pushed away into Arctic waters. What did Hudson think in those final hours or days? Did he believe rescue might come? Did he try to sail the shallop to safety? Did he and his son have time to speak, to comfort each other before the end? We'll never know. The Hudson disappearance illustrates a truth about early exploration leadership. Failure could be as deadly as any natural hazard. Hudson was a skilled navigator but poor leader. His secrecy, favoritism, and stubbornness alienated his crew at the worst possible time. In the Arctic, where survival depends on cooperation and trust, these failures were fatal. The crew mutinied not out of greed, but desperation. They believed Hudson's decisions would kill them all. They were probably right. But in saving themselves, they condemned Hudson and 8 others to certain death. Hudson Bay remains vast and cold, its southern shores still remote. Somewhere along those shores, or beneath those waters, may rest bones of Henry Hudson, his son John, and 7 men whose names history barely remembers. Unlike Franklin's expedition, which left extensive evidence and was eventually found, Hudson left almost nothing. No graves, no journals from his final days, no wreckage, just the testimony of mutineers who had every reason to lie or distort truth, and a wilderness that keeps its secrets as well as any on Earth. The Arctic has claimed many explorers, but Hudson's disappearance stands out for its human element. He wasn't defeated primarily by ice or cold or navigation error. He was defeated by his own crew's decision to cast him out. That human agency makes his vanishing different from environmental disasters. Somewhere in that moment when Discovery sails disappeared over the horizon and Hudson realized no rescue was coming, the reality must have been overwhelming. Not just that he would die, but that his own men, people he'd sailed with, commanded, in some cases favored, had decided he was expendable. As we leave the ice-choked waters of Hudson Bay, where a father and son drifted into history's silence. We turn now to the opposite end of the exploration spectrum, from Arctic desperation to Pacific ambition, from Tudor-era wooden ships to early 19th century scientific expeditions. Our next Vanishing involves not English or American explorers, but French, an entire expedition sent by King Louis XVI to circle the globe, to rival Cook's achievements, to bring glory to France. They departed in 1785 with 2 ships and 220 men. They discovered islands, charted coasts, and sent reports home. Then they vanished so completely that 40 years passed before anyone learned their fate. And even then, the mystery was only partially solved. Jean Frenois de Galop, Comte de la Prause awaits. Section 10 La Prause Expedition, France's Lost Pacific Voyage, August 1, 1785. Brest, France. 2 ships prepare to depart on what King Louis XVI envisions as France's greatest voyage of explorational circumnavigation, to rival Captain Cook's achievements, to expand French knowledge and influence, to bring scientific glory to France. The ships are La Boussole and L'Astrolabe, well-equipped frigates carrying 220 men sailors, scientists, artists, naturalists. Leading them is Jean Frenois de Galop, Comte de la Prause, 44 years old, an experienced naval officer and skilled navigator. The king himself has taken personal interest in planning the expedition, specifying routes, objectives, and scientific goals. The expedition will explore the Pacific, chart unknown coasts, establish contacts with indigenous peoples, and return to France in approximately 4 years with maps, specimens, and knowledge. The ships depart with fanfare and confidence. They sail south, then east, toward South America and the Pacific beyond. For the first 3 years, all goes remarkably well. La Prause sends regular reports home from Alaska, from California, from Macau, from the Philippines. The expedition is achieving its goals, making discoveries, completing surveys. Then, in February 1788, the ships anchor at Botany Bay, Australia, where a British penal colony is just being established. La Prause sends final dispatches home via British ships. On March 10, 1788, La Boussole and L'Astrolabe depart Botany Bay, sailing north. They are never seen again. Not the ships, not the 220 men, not a single survivor. The expedition vanishes so completely that 40 years pass before anyone learns what happened, and even then, the mystery is only partially solved. Jean Frenois de la Prause was born in 1741 near Albi in southern France. He joined the French Navy as a teenager, served in the 7 Years' War and the American Revolutionary War, demonstrated skill in navigation and command. By 1785, he was an accomplished officer with experience in Atlantic waters and a reputation for competence and level-headedness. When King Louis XVI decided France needed a major Pacific expedition to match British achievements, La Prause was selected to lead it. The expedition's goals were ambitious and scientific. Explore the Pacific coast of North America. Search for the Northwest Passage from the Pacific side. Chart islands in the Pacific. Establish trade relations with China, Japan, and other Asian nations. Document indigenous cultures. Collect botanical and zoological specimens. Conduct astronomical observations. Produce accurate maps. The expedition was to be the French equivalent of Cook's Voyage's comprehensive, scientific, and prestigious. La Bossole and l'Astrolabe were well supplied 3 years of provisions, scientific instruments, trade goods, weapons. The crew included not just sailors, but naturalists, astronomers, artists to document discoveries. This wasn't a military expedition, but a scientific and diplomatic one. France wanted knowledge and influence, not conquest. The expedition departed August 1, 1785, and initially proceeded smoothly. They sailed to Madeira, then Tenerife, then across the Atlantic to South America. They rounded Cape Horn in January 1786, always a dangerous passage, but they managed it successfully. They sailed north along the Chilean coast, then northwest across the Pacific to Easter Island, arriving April 1786. They documented the famous stone statues, made contact with inhabitants, conducted surveys. Then they continued north to Hawaii, arriving May 1786, barely 7 years after Cook's death there. From Hawaii, La Pérouse sailed northeast to Alaska, reaching the coast in June 1786. They explored the coastline, searching for river mouths and possible passages. At a place now called Litchfield Bay in southeastern Alaska, they sent boats to survey the harbor entrance. 21 men were caught in treacherous tidal currents and drowned the expedition's first major disaster. La Pérouse buried them on shore with a monument and continued south. They explored the California coast in September 1786, anchoring at Monterey, then sailed west across the Pacific to Macau, reaching it in January 1787. They spent time in Chinese ports, attempted to reach Japan, but were turned away. Japan was closed to most foreign contact, then sailed north to explore the seas between Asia and North America. They charted the strait between Sakhalin and the Asian mainland, now called La Pérouse Strait, proving Sakhalin was an island, not a peninsula. This was a significant geographic discovery. From there, they sailed south to the Philippines, then to Samoa in December 1787. At Samoa, another disaster struck. A party went ashore to obtain water and supplies. Relations with Samoans deteriorated into violence, whether due to misunderstanding, theft, or perceived disrespect isn't clear. Samoans attacked the landing party. 12 French sailors and officers were killed, including the captain of l'Astrolabe. La Pérouse ordered a violent reprisal. His men fired into Samoan villages, killing many. It was the expedition's darkest moment, a failure of the diplomatic goals the king had emphasized. Shaken but continuing, the expedition sailed to Australia, reaching Botany Bay in January 1788. They arrived just as British ships under Captain Arthur Phillip were establishing a penal colony that would become Sydney. The French and British had cordial relations. Phillip provided supplies. La Pérouse sent dispatches home with British vessels' reports of the expedition's progress, journals, maps, specimens. These dispatches documented everything through January 1788 and announced the expedition's next plans: explore the Solomon Islands, then New Guinea, then Australia's northern coast, then return to France via the Indian Ocean, rounding Africa, reaching home in approximately June 1789. March 10, 1788. La Bossole and l'Astrolabe departed Botany Bay. They sailed north along Australia's coast. and then silence. Complete enduring silence. The expedition vanished. Months passed, then years. By 1791, 3 years after departing Botany Bay, the expedition should have returned. It hadn't. King Louis's XV, imprisoned during the French Revolution, still asked about La Pérouse. Even facing his own death, the king wanted to know what happened to his expedition. In 1791, France sent a search expedition under Rear Admiral Bruni d'Entrecasteaux with 2 ships to find La Pérouse. D'Entrecasteaux searched for 2 years, covering much of the Pacific, including areas La Pérouse was known to have visited. He found nothing. D'Entrecasteaux himself died during the search voyage. His ships returned to France in 1793 with no answers. The mystery deepened. Had La Pérouse's ships been wrecked in a storm? Had they been attacked by hostile islanders? Had disease killed the crew? Had they been captured? The Pacific is vast thousands of islands, millions of square miles of ocean. 2 ships could vanish completely if no one witnessed their fate. Decades passed. Occasional rumors surfaced claims that European survivors were living on remote Pacific islands, reports of wreckage found on reefs, but nothing definitive. La Pérouse became a legend, France's greatest lost explorer, the expedition that sailed into mystery. Then, in 1826, nearly 40 years after the disappearance, an Irish sea captain named Peter Dillon was at Tacopia, an island in the Solomon Islands group. He noticed that some Tacopians possessed European objects, swords, cutlery, metal tools that seemed too old and too numerous to come from recent contact. He questioned the islanders. They told him the objects came from Vanikoro, a nearby island, where 2 large ships had wrecked many years earlier on the reef. Some crew members had survived initially coming ashore, but had later died or disappeared. Dillon sailed to Vanikoro in 1827 and found extensive evidence pieces of wreckage on the reef, anchors, cannons, ship fittings. Local inhabitants told him that 2 large ships had struck the reef during a storm many years ago. One sank quickly, the other was driven onto the reef and broke apart more slowly. Survivors made it to shore. The islanders estimated about 60 men initially. The survivors tried to repair one ship or build a smaller vessel using salvaged materials. Some survivors lived on Vanikoro for months or even years. Eventually, they built a small vessel and sailed away, perhaps a dozen or so men. The rest had died of disease, violence, or despair. The small vessel that sailed away was never heard from again, and presumably was lost at sea. Dillon brought wreckage and artifacts back to France. Analysis confirmed they were from La Pérouse's expedition. Some items had ship names or French naval markings. The mystery was partially solved. La Boussole and L'Astrolabe had wrecked on Vanikoro's reef, probably in 1788, shortly after leaving Botany Bay. But many questions remained. How many survived? What happened during their time on the island? Did the small vessel built by survivors make it anywhere, or did it sink immediately? Were there descendants of survivors living in the Solomon Islands? In 1828, French explorer Jules Dumont d'Urville visited Vanikoro and conducted more thorough investigations. He found additional wreckage, more artifacts, and recorded more detailed oral histories from islanders. He erected a monument to La Pérouse and the lost expedition. The accounts described survivors building a camp, attempting to salvage what they could, fighting illness and despair. Some survivors reportedly integrated with local populations or travelled to nearby islands. But the specifics were vague. Memories faded after 40 years. Over subsequent decades, more expeditions visited Vanikoro, diving on the reef to recover artifacts. Cannons, anchors, ship bells, instruments, personal items all were found and brought to museums. Each discovery confirmed the identity of the wreck, but added little to understanding the fate of survivors. Modern archaeology continues. In 2005, a French naval vessel conducted sonar surveys and underwater excavations at Vanikoro. They located substantial wreckage from both ships buried in coral and sediment on the reef. They recovered artifacts including navigation instruments, weapons, bottles, and ship components. DNA analysis of bone fragments found on the island confirmed European ancestry, likely crew members who died there. But no clear evidence of long-term survival or of the fate of those who sailed away in the makeshift vessel has been found. The La Prao's disappearance illustrates how completely the Pacific could swallow expeditions. Vanikoro is remote even today, far from shipping lanes, far from population centres. In 1788, it was virtually unknown to Europeans. If La Prao's ships struck the reef at night during a storm, no one would have witnessed it except the men aboard. The survivors, stranded on a small island with no way to communicate with the outside world, simply died there or disappeared trying to escape. The expedition that had successfully navigated the Pacific for 3 years, that had survived Alaska and Samoa and countless hazards, ended on a reef because of a navigation error or bad weather or simply terrible luck. What's particularly haunting is the timing. If La Prao's had stayed at Botany Bay a few months longer, or if had chosen a different route, the disaster might have been avoided. If the small vessel built by survivors had successfully reached another island with European contact, the story would have been different. But instead, the expedition vanished at the worst possible moment, right after sending home their last reports, right when they were sailing through poorly charted waters. France lost not just 220 men, but also years of scientific work. The specimens, journals, and maps from 1788 onward were lost with the ships. King Louis XVI never learned La Prao's fate. The king was executed in 1793, 5 years after the expedition vanished, 33 years before Dillon discovered the wreckage. The French Revolution consumed France's attention, and the search for La Prao's became less urgent as the nation tore itself apart. By the time answers emerged, almost everyone who'd known La Prao's personally was dead. The expedition became historical curiosity rather than urgent mystery. La Prao's himself remains a respected figure in French exploration history. His name appears on maps throughout the Pacific. His early reports and the dispatches sent from Botany Bay are valuable scientific documents. But his fate dying on Vanikoro, probably in 1788, possibly surviving weeks or months watching his crew perish, possibly attempting to sail away in a desperate escape, attempt his tragic ending to what had been a successful voyage. The mystery isn't entirely solved even now. We know the ships wrecked at Vanikoro. We know some men survived initially. But how many? How long did they survive? Did any successfully integrate into island populations and leave descendants? What happened to the small vessel that sailed away? These questions may never have definitive answers. The Pacific keeps its secrets, and oral histories passed down through generations become unclear over time. As we leave the coral reefs of Vanikoro, where French sailors died far from home, waiting for rescue that never came, we journey now to West Africato, the Niger River, the great waterway that captured European imagination for centuries. Our next explorer was determined to map the Niger's course, to discover where it flowed and ended. Mungo Park had attempted this journey before and barely survived. In 1805, he tried again, sailing down the Niger with 44 men. He got further this time, sending back journals and reports. Then he vanished. His fate remained uncertain for decades until African traders brought stories of a desperate last stand at rapids where Park and his remaining men fought off attackers before drowning. But even this account leaves questions. The Niger swallowed Park as completely as the Pacific swallowed La Prowse. Mungo Park awaits. Section 11 Mungo Park Quest for the Niger River. For centuries, it captivated European imagination and defied European understanding. A great river that flowed through West Africa, but where did it come from? Where did it go? Did it flow east or west? Did it empty into the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, or merge with the Nile, or disappear into desert sands? These questions obsessed geographers, but West Africa's interior remained unmapped by Europeans, protected by disease, hostile climate, difficult terrain, and peoples understandably suspicious of foreign intruders. Many tried to penetrate the interior. Most died of fever before achieving anything. A few made progress, and one, Mungo Park, became legendary for both his successes and his mysterious end. Park reached the Niger twice. The first time in 1796, he returned to tell his story and became famous. The second time, in 1805, he sailed down the river with 44 men and vanished. Years later, stories emerged of a desperate last stand at rapids where Park and his remaining companions fought off attackers before drowning. But the details remain unclear, the evidence fragmentary. The Niger claimed Park as surely as the Arctic claimed Franklin, and for decades afterward, explorers found the river as mysterious and deadly as Park had. Mungo Park was born in 1771 in Scotland, seventh of 13 children in a farming family. He studied medicine at Edinburgh University, became a ship's surgeon, and in 1795 volunteered for the African Associational Group, funding exploration of Africa's interior to attempt to reach and map the Niger River. He was 24 years old, with medical training but no exploration experience. It was an assignment that had killed or defeated everyone who'd previously attempted it. Park departed England in May 1795, reaching the Gambia River on West Africa's coast. From there, he travelled inland with minimal supplies, a few guides and translators, and determination that bordered on recklessness. West Africa's interior was nominally controlled by Islamic kingdoms and local chiefs who had complex relationships with European coastal traders, but little reason to welcome European explorers. Park relied on hospitality, paid for guides and food, and pressed eastward through savannah and scrubland. The journey was horrific. Fever struck repeatedly, probably malaria, which was endemic but not understood. Park suffered high fevers, delirium, weakness. He was robbed multiple times by bandits and hostile groups. He was imprisoned for months by a Moorish chief who suspected him of spying. He escaped or was released. Accounts differ and continued eastward, now alone, his guides having abandoned him, his supplies nearly exhausted. July 20, 1796. Park, starving and fevered, reached the Niger River near Sceaux in modern Mali. He'd found it. The river flowed east not west, as some theories suggested. It was broad, majestic, navigable. Park had answered one of geography's great questions, but he was too weak, too poorly supplied, to continue following the river to discover where it went. He turned back, beginning a desperate return journey to the coast. The return trip was even worse than the outward journey. Park collapsed repeatedly from fever and exhaustion. He was taken in by a slave trader who kept him semi-captive for months. Eventually, he reached the coast and got passage on a ship to England, arriving in December 1797, 2.5 years after departing. He'd been presumed dead. His return and his story, travelling 1,000 miles into Africa's interior, reaching the Niger, surviving alone after his guides abandoned him, made him a celebrity. Park published his account, Travels in the Interior Districts of Africa, in 1799. It became a bestseller. Park married, settled into medical practice, had children. But he couldn't stop thinking about the Niger. Had seen it, but he hadn't followed it to its end. Where did it go? The question haunted him. By 1805, with his medical practice failing financially and his fame fading, Park proposed a second expedition return to the Niger, build or acquire boats, sail down the river to wherever it led, solve the mystery completely. The British government agreed to fund the expedition, attracted by potential trade opportunities. Unlike his first solo journey, this would be a substantial expedition. Park as leader, a naval officer as second in command, 3 other European officers, and 35 British soldiers as guards and labourers. They'd also hire African guides and porters. The plan: travel overland to the Niger, build boats, sail downstream until reaching the ocean, wherever that might be, then return via coastal shipping. It was an ambitious plan with a fatal flaw: timing. The expedition departed England in January 1805 and reached Gambia in March. They began the overland journey in May, the worst possible time. West African rainy season was beginning, bringing heavy rains, flooding, and peak mosquito populations. Malaria, dysentery, and other diseases were most dangerous during rainy season. Experienced traders and explorers avoided travelling inland during this period. Park, under pressure to make progress and skeptical of local advice, pressed forward anyway. The overland journey became a death march. Within weeks, men were falling sick: fever, dysentery, heat stroke. Some died within days. Others lingered in agony before succumbing. The expedition struggled through rain, soaked terrain, swollen rivers, and oppressive heat. Park's journal entries from this period document the horror: man after man dying, supplies dwindling, morale collapsing. The soldiers, recruited in England and unprepared for African conditions, were particularly vulnerable. Of the 35 soldiers, most were dead within 2 months. By the time they reached the Niger at Bamako in August 1000, 805, the expedition had been devastated. Of the 44 men who'd started from the coast, only 11 remained. Park himself was sick repeatedly, but recovered each time, driven by obsessive determination to complete his mission. The second in command and 2 other European officers had died. Most of the soldiers were dead. Many of the African porters had deserted or died. Park was left with a handful of survivors, maybe 4 or 5 European soldiers, 3 or 4 African guides, and a determination to continue. Park decided to press on despite everything. He converted 2 canoes into a crude boat, which he named Joliba, being a local name for the Niger. It was approximately 40 feet long, flat-bottomed, equipped with a sail. Park loaded surviving supplies, weapons, ammunition, trade, goods, journals, and in November 1805, with his tiny party of survivors, sailed downstream into the unknown. Before departing, Park sent a letter back to the coast with a guide. The letter, dated November 17, 1805, from Sanding Modern Molly, is the last confirmed communication from Park. He described the expedition's terrible losses, but expressed confidence in continuing. He estimated reaching the ocean within a few months. The tone was determined, but also revealed exhaustion and desperation. This letter reached England in 1806, confirming Park was alive in November 1805 and heading downriver. After that silence, months passed, a year. No word from Park. The British government, having received the November letter, waited for news of his success. None came. By 1807, concern grew. Had Park succeeded in reaching the ocean, but died on the return journey? Had his boat sunk? Had he been killed? The Niger had swallowed him. In 1810, the British government sent an expedition to investigate. They traced Park's route and gathered stories from African traders and villagers along the Niger. These accounts, filtered through language barriers and passed through multiple retellings, were fragmentary and sometimes contradictory. But a general story emerged. Park's boat had sailed down the Niger for hundreds of miles, passing through various territories. Park reportedly refused to stop at villages or pay customary tolls to local chiefs whose territory he passed through. This was either due to fear stopping might mean capture or death. Impatience, every delay risked supplies running out, or misunderstanding of local customs. His refusal to engage properly with local authorities created hostility. The expedition had fought several skirmishes. Local warriors attacked the boat with arrows, spears, and musket fire. Park's party returned fire with their superior weapons, muskets, and probably a small cannon or swivel gun mounted on the boat. They fought their way through multiple confrontations, taking casualties but continuing downstream. The end came at Bussa Rapids in modern Nigeria, approximately 1,000 miles downstream from where Park had launched his boat. The rapids are a dangerous section where the Niger narrows and flows swiftly over rocks. According to the accounts collected in 1810, Park's boat reached Bussa in late 1806 or early 1807, about a year after launching. By this time, most of his party was dead from disease, combat injuries, or starvation. Perhaps only 3 or 4 men remained, possibly just Park himself and 1 or 2 others. At Bussa, warriors from the local kingdom attacked. The accounts vary on specifics. Some say the attack was because Park refused to pay tolls. Others suggest it was revenge for earlier violence. Others claim Park's party was mistaken for slave raiders or enemies. Regardless, Park's boat came under intense attack at the rapids, unable to navigate the rapids and unable to land safely due to attackers on shore. Park and his remaining companions were trapped. According to the most commonly reported account, Park chose to drown rather than be captured. He and the last survivors jumped or fell into the rapids and drowned. Their bodies were swept away. The boat broke apart. Local people salvaged weapons and equipment, but showed investigators no bodies. This account, assembled from second-hand reports given years after the events, is probably generally accurate but remains uncertain in details. No European witnessed Park's death. No confirmed physical evidence bodies, journals, identifiable artifacts was ever recovered. The Niger had taken Park as completely as any wilderness takes its victims. Why did Park's second expedition fail so catastrophically when his first, despite terrible hardships, succeeded? Several factors. First, timing. Traveling during rainy season killed most of his men before reaching the river. If Park had waited for dry season, casualties would have been far fewer. Second, military approach. Park treated the river journey as a military operations, ailing through hostile territory, fighting when necessary, refusing to negotiate or pay tolls. This created enemies. If he'd approached diplomatically, engaged with local chiefs, paid customary fees, the outcome might have differed. Third, obsession. Park was so determined to complete his mission that he continued despite losing most of his men. A more cautious leader would have turned back after the overland journey's horrific casualties. Park pressed on, driven by fame, financial need, and inability to accept failure. The Niger remained mysterious for decades after Park's disappearance. Subsequent expeditions attempted to map it, but faced similar difficulties: disease, hostile receptions, difficult terrain. Not until the 1830s did European explorers successfully navigate the Niger's full length and confirm that it emptied into the Atlantic via a vast delta in what's now Nigeria. Park had been right that following the river would eventually lead to the ocean, but he never lived to prove it. Park became a tragic figure in exploration history, the man who'd succeeded once through luck and determination, then died attempting to repeat his success. His story illustrated West Africa's dangers and European exploration's limitations. Superior technology, muskets, boats, navigation skills couldn't overcome disease, hostile populations defending their territory, and the arrogance of assuming African assistance was unnecessary or could be compelled by force. The Niger's mysteries were eventually solved, but not by European explorers alone. African traders, scholars, and guides who knew the region provided crucial knowledge that Europeans initially dismissed or ignored. Park's fate might have been different if he'd relied more on local knowledge and less on his own determination to force his way through. Somewhere in the Niger, probably near Bussa, lie the remains of Mungo Park's bones, scattered by currents, buried in sediment, or lost completely. The river he'd worked so hard to understand became his grave. No marker exists. No confirmed relics were recovered. Just stories passed down through generations, telling of the white man who sailed down the river, refusing to stop, fighting his way through villages until the river and its people defeated him at the rapids. As we leave West Africa's great river, which swallowed Park's ambitions as surely as the Pacific swallowed ships, we travel now to the American Southwest, to Utah's Red Rock deserts, where our next vanished explorer was not a military officer or professional explorer, but a young artist seeking beauty and meaning. Everett Ruess was 20 years old, a poet and painter wandering alone through some of America's most remote canyons. In November 1934, he walked into the wilderness with 2 burros and supplies for a winter of solitude. He was never seen again. Unlike Park's death, which can be roughly reconstructed, Ruess' fate remains pure mystery. No attack, no identified witnesses, just a young man who walked into the desert and became part of it forever. Everett Ruess awaits. Section 12. Everett Ruess, the artist who walked into the desert November 1934. The Red Rock canyons of southern Utah, near the town of Escalante. Winter is approaching. The landscape is a maze of sandstone cliffs, slot canyons, mesas, and hidden valleys, beautiful, remote, and unforgiving. Into this wilderness walks a young man, 20 years old, with 2 burros loaded with camping gear, art supplies, and provisions. His name is Everett Ruess. As a poet, painter, and wanderer who'd spent the last 5 years exploring the American Southwest alone, seeking beauty and meaning in the desert, he plans to winter in the canyons, painting and writing, living simply among the rock and sky. In mid-November, he sends a letter to his brother from a remote settlement describing his plans and his joy at being in the wilderness. Then he walks deeper into the canyons, and he vanishes. No confirmed trace of him is ever found. No body. No clear evidence of his fate. Search parties find his burros in a canyon, but Everett himself is gone. For nearly 90 years, his disappearance has haunted the Southwest. Unlike other vanished explorers whose fates can be roughly reconstructed, Fawcett probably killed in the Amazon, Park drowned in the Niger. Ruess' disappearance remains pure mystery. The desert swallowed him so completely that we're left with nothing but theories, none provable, all possible. Everett Ruess was born March 28, 1914, in Oakland, California, to artistic, educated parents. His father was a Unitarian minister and civil servant. His mother was involved in social causes. Everett and his older brother Waldo grew up in Los Angeles in a household that valued art, nature, and independence. From an early age, Everett showed artistic talent and a restless desire for wilderness. At 16, in 1930, Ruess took his first solo trip into the Sierra Nevada mountains, camping alone for weeks. He loved it. The experience awakened something in him, a profound connection to wilderness, a sense that civilization, with its routines and expectations, wasn't where he belonged. Over the next 4 years, he would return to wilderness repeatedly, each trip longer and more remote than the last. In 1931, age 17, Ruess traveled to Arizona and Utah, exploring the Navajo lands, Monument Valley, and Canyon de Chelly. He traveled alone or with Native American guides, sketching, painting, and writing. He sent letters home describing his adventures in poetic, romantic language. He was searching for something: beauty, meaning, a way of living that felt authentic to him. Ruess wasn't a trained explorer or scientist. He was an artist and romantic, seeking aesthetic and spiritual experiences in landscape. His heroes were John Muir and Henry David, thorough men who found truth in nature. Ruess wanted that same direct experience of wilderness, unmediated by civilization's comforts and constraints. Between 1931 and 1934, Ruess made multiple extended trips into the southwest. He traveled on foot and with burros for carrying supplies. He lived cheaply, trading artwork for food, camping in canyons, befriending Native Americans and isolated ranchers. He printed and sold block prints to fund his travels. He kept journals and wrote prolific letters to his family and friends, letters filled with descriptions of landscapes, philosophical musings, and poetry. These letters reveal a young man intensely alive to beauty, sometimes melancholy, always seeking something beyond ordinary life. His writing showed maturity beyond his years, but also naivety. He romanticized wilderness, sometimes ignoring its dangers. He wrote about wanting to disappear into the desert, to merge with landscape, to leave civilization permanently behind. Friends and family worried, but also recognized they couldn't stop him. This was who Everett was, a wanderer who needed wilderness the way others need community. In early 1934, Ruess explored the Sierra Madre in Mexico, then returned to the southwest. By fall 1934, he was in southern Utah, preparing for what would be his final journey. He planned to spend the winter exploring the canyons between Escalante and the Colorado River, remote country with few settlements, difficult terrain, and harsh winter conditions. November 11, 1934. Ruess arrived in Escalante, a small Mormon settlement in southern Utah. He purchased supplies, flour, beans, other staple sand, prepared to head into the canyons. He spoke with locals, who warned him that winter was coming, that the canyons could be dangerous, that he should perhaps wait until spring. Ruess was friendly but determined, had wintered in the wilderness before. He knew what he was doing, or thought he did. He departed Escalante, heading southwest toward the Escalante River Canyon system. His plan, as far as anyone knew, was to explore Davis Gulch and the surrounding canyons, then continue toward the Colorado River. He had 2 burros to carry supplies and equipment. He carried art materials, journals, camping gear, some food. He expected to be gone for months. For a few weeks, nothing seemed amiss. Ruess was known for disappearing into wilderness for extended periods without communication. But by late December 1934, his parents, who usually received regular letters, grew concerned. No word had come for weeks, longer than usual even for Everett's remote travels. In early 1935, his parents contacted authorities in Utah. Search parties were organized. Locals who knew the canyons began searching. In March 1935, searchers found Everett's 2 burros in Davis Gulch, a tributary canyon of the Escalante River. The burros were in a corral that someone had built from branches and rocks. Nearby, searchers found gear that belonged to Ruess' camping equipment, some supplies, but no sign of Everett himself. The searchers found something else carved into stone near where the burros were found. The word Nemo with 1934 beneath it. Nemalatin for nobody or no one. It was a name Ruess had used occasionally, styling himself Nemo in some letters and carvings. The inscription suggested Ruess had been there and carved it before. Before what? before leaving, before dying. The inscription raised more questions than it answered. Intensive searches continued through spring and summer 1935. Experienced trackers, local ranchers, and even Navajo guides combed the canyons. They found no body, no additional evidence, no clear trail leading away from Davis Gulch. Ruess had vanished. Theories proliferated immediately and continue to this day. The simplest explanation, Ruess died by accident somewhere in the canyons. He could have fallen from a cliff. The sandstone cliffs are often unstable. Handholds break, ledges crumble. A fall into a remote slot canyon or over a high cliff could hide a body indefinitely. Scavengers, mountain lions, coyotes, ravens would scatter remains. Wind and rain would bury or erode what remained. In canyon country, a body can disappear within months. Another accident theory, drowning. The Escalante River can flash flood with little warning. Winter storms send walls of water through narrow canyons. If Ruess was caught in a slot canyon during a flash flood, he would have been swept away, his body carried downstream, buried in sediment or wedged in some inaccessible place. Flash floods have killed many in these canyons. A third theory suggests he starved or died of exposure. If he became injured or lost, winter conditions could kill quickly. November and December in southern Utah bring freezing nights, occasional snow, brutal cold. Without adequate shelter and food, survival time is limited. He might have died in some remote alcove or cave, his body hidden in a place searchers never found. But other theories emerged, darker and more complex. Some suggested murder. In the 1930s, southern Utah had tensions between Mormon settlers and Native Americans, between ranchers and rustlers. Ruess, a young outsider wandering alone with supplies and livestock, might have been seen as a target. Some witnesses reported seeing suspicious characters in the area around the time of Ruess' disappearance. But no evidence of violence was found. No witnesses came forward with credible accounts. Another theory, Ruess intentionally disappeared. He'd written about wanting to vanish into wilderness, about leaving civilization behind permanently. Perhaps he staged his disappearance, left the burrow, and some gear to suggest an accident, then walked away to start a new life, maybe living with a Navajo or Hopi community, maybe disappearing into Mexico. This theory appeals to the romantic notion that Ruess achieved what he wanted, total escape from civilization. But it seems unlikely. His letters to his family were loving. He wasn't running from anyone, and living undetected for decades in small southwest communities would be nearly impossible. Over the decades, various claimed discoveries emerged. In 1971, bones were found in a remote canyon and initially thought to be Ruess. Analysis proved they were much older, likely Native American remains from centuries prior. In 2009, a more promising lead emerged. An elderly Navajo man told researchers that as a young man in the 1930s, had witnessed 3 men kill a young wanderer matching Ruess' description. The man led researchers to a site where bones were found. DNA testing was done, comparing the remains to Ruess' family DNA. Initial results seemed promising, but further analysis proved the remains were not Everett Ruess. The bones were from a Native American individual. The witness account, while sincere, was unreliable. Memories from 75 years earlier, filtered through time and possibly confusion with other events. The mystery remained unsolved Other leads over the years proved equally inconclusive, claimed sightings of Ruess years after his disappearance, living under different names, were investigated but never confirmed. The Nemo inscription was analysed and reanalyzed, with some suggesting it was carved by someone else, though most experts believe it was Ruess' work. Modern searchers with GPS and satellite imagery have retraced possible routes, but the canyon country is vast hundreds of square miles of intricate terrain with countless places where a body could lie hidden. Without knowing specifically where to look, finding remains after 90 years is nearly impossible. What makes Ruess' disappearance particularly haunting is the incompleteness. With most vanished explorers, we have some evidence, Franklin's note, Park's accounts from witnesses, Fawcett's last known direction. With Ruess, we have burrows in a coral and a carving. Everything else is absence. No journal from those final weeks was ever found. No letter explaining his plans. No witness who saw what happened. Just a young man who walked into canyons and became part of their silence. Ruess has become a legend in the Southwest, symbol of the wanderer who sought beauty and freedom and paid the ultimate price. His letters and artwork have been published, studied, celebrated. Has inspired countless others to explore the desert, to seek meaning in wild places, but has also become a cautionary tale about the risks of solo wilderness travel, about the fine line between courage and recklessness. Was Everett Ruess reckless? In some ways, yes. Traveling alone in remote canyons as winter approached, without telling anyone his specific plans, without adequate communication or safety margins, these were risky choices. But Ruess also had years of wilderness experience. He knew the desert, had survived difficult situations before. Whatever happened, it wasn't due to complete naivety. The desert keeps its secrets as well as any wilderness. Ruess' bones, if they remain somewhere in the canyons, lie hidden in some slot canyon, alcove, or buried beneath decades of sediment. Or perhaps the desert claimed him so completely that nothing remains, flesh consumed by scavengers, bones scattered and buried, every trace erased by wind, water, and time. Somewhere in the red rock maze of southern Utah, an answer exists. But after 90 years, it seems unlikely we'll ever know for certain what happened to Everett Ruess. And perhaps that's fitting. He wanted to merge with wilderness, to disappear into beauty. In that sense, he succeeded. The desert took him, and unlike other wildernesses that eventually give up their dead, the desert kept him. As we leave the sandstone canyons where Everett Ruess vanished into art and mystery, we travel now to another American wilderness, the Colorado River, specifically the Grand Canyon, where our next disappearance involves not a solo wanderer, but a young couple on their honeymoon. Glen and Bessie Hyde attempted to navigate the Grand Canyon by boat in 1928, a daring adventure that would make Bessie the first woman to accomplish the feat. They nearly succeeded just 30 miles from the end. They vanished. Their boat was found days later, floating empty, perfectly intact, all supplies and equipment aboard. But Glen and Bessie were gone. What happened in those final miles remains one of the Grand Canyon's most enduring mysteries. Glen and Bessie Hyde await. Section 13 Glen Bessie Hyde Honeymoon on the Colorado, October 20, 1928. Green River, Utah. A newly married couple prepares to embark on an unusual honeymoon, navigating the Green and Colorado rivers, through some of the most treacherous whitewater in North America, culminating in a complete run through the Grand Canyon. Glen Hyde, 29, is an experienced Idaho River runner with confidence bordering on arrogance. Bessie Haley Hyde, 22, is an adventurous but inexperienced young woman who's never run serious rapids before. They're traveling in a homemade wooden Scoa flat-bottomed boat about 20 feet long with no life jackets. No safety equipment beyond oars. Their plan: ride 400 miles of river through rapids that have killed experienced boatmen, and make Bessie the first woman to successfully navigate the Grand Canyon. It's ambitious, romantic, and dangerous. For 5 weeks, all goes remarkably well. They navigate rapids, survive near capsizes, and make steady progress. By late November, they're within 30 miles of completing the journey, just 1 or 2 more days of relatively easy water. Then they vanish. On December 1, 1928, their boat is found floating empty in calm water, perfectly intact, all their supplies and belongings aboard. The boat's log updated through November 30, but Glen and Bessie are gone. No bodies are ever found. No confirmed evidence explains what happened. The Colorado River, which had carried them safely for hundreds of miles, somehow took them in its final stretch, leaving only their empty boat and questions that remain unanswered nearly a century later. Glen Rollin Hyde was born in Idaho in 1898. Growing up around rivers, he learned to build and navigate boats on Idaho's challenging waters. By his 20s, he was an experienced river runner with multiple trips through difficult rapids. He was confident, skilled, and drawn to risky adventures that proved his competence. Bessie Haley was born in West Virginia in 1905. She was artistic, educated, and adventurous in temperament, if not yet in experience. She'd been previously married briefly and divorced unusual for a woman in the 1920s, suggesting independence and willingness to defy convention. In 1927, she met Glen Hyde in California. They connected over shared love of adventure. Glen told her about his plan to run the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. Bessie said she wanted to come along. They married in April 1928, and by October, they were ready to begin their honeymoon expedition. The plan was straightforward launch from Green River, Utah, float down the Green River to its confluence with the Colorado, then follow the Colorado through Glen Canyon and into the Grand Canyon, exiting at Needles, California, roughly 400 miles of river travel. Much of the route passed through remote canyons with no access points, no roads, no settlements. Once committed, there would be no easy way out except to continue downstream. Their boat was a scow. Glen had built a flat-bottomed, rectangular wooden craft about 20 feet long, designed for stability in whitewater, but clumsy and difficult to maneuver. It had no motor, just long oars for steering. Critically, it had no watertight compartments for flotation if swamped. Most river runners used life jackets for safety. Glen didn't believe in them. He thought they were unnecessary. That skilled boatmanship was sufficient protection. This decision would later be questioned repeatedly. October 20, 1928. They launched from Green River with supplies for several weeks, camping gear, and a boat log to document their journey. The first weeks went smoothly. They navigated rapids, camped on river beaches, and made steady progress. Glen's skill kept them safe through difficult white water. Bessie, despite her inexperience, proved capable and brave. On November 18, they reached Bright Angel Trail in the Grand Canyon, one of the few places where the canyon can be accessed from the rim. They hiked up to the south rim to resupply, meet with Glen's father who'd traveled there to check on them, and rest before the final leg. At the rim, they met other travelers and told them they expected to reach their destination within a week or 10 days. They were in good spirits, healthy, and confident. Photographs from this meeting show a young couple looking tired but happy. Glen's father, Rollin Hyde, was concerned. Had seen the boat crewed by professional standards, lacking safety features. He urged Glen to at least take life jackets for the remaining section. Glen refused, saying they'd come this far without them and didn't need them now. Father and son argued. Glen was stubborn. They were almost finished. Just a few more days of river, much of it easier than what they'd already navigated. They'd be fine. November 18, Glen and Bessie descended back to the river and continued their journey. They had about 60 more miles to reach the end of the Grand Canyon at Diamond Creek, then another short stretch to Needles. They were close to completing an impressive achievement, not just surviving the Colorado, but making Bessie the first woman to run the entire Grand Canyon. Late November, the weather turned cold. Winter was settling in. The river level was dropping, making some rapids more technical as rocks became exposed, but nothing they encountered should have been beyond Glen's skill level. They'd survived much worse upstream. November 30, the last entry was made in their boat log. The entry was routine, noting distance traveled and camps. Nothing suggested trouble. That night, or the next day, something happened. December 1, 1928, river runners Adolphe Sotro and R.C. Freeman were on a commercial trip through the Grand Canyon when they spotted a strange sight, a scow floating empty in calm water near River Mile 237, roughly 30 miles from where the Grand Canyon section would end at Diamond Creek. The boat was upright, intact, not damaged. It drifted peacefully in a section of river with no rapids nearby. Sotro and Freeman approached and boarded it. The scene was eerie in its normalcy. All supplies were aboard: food, camping equipment, clothing. The couple's belongings were there: Bessie personal items, Glen's gear. The boat log was current through November 30. Nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed. There was no sign of struggle, no damage suggesting capsizing or collision. The boat simply floated empty, as if its occupants had stepped out for a moment and vanished. Sotro and Freeman towed the boat to shore and reported the discovery. Search parties were immediately organized. Dozens of people searched both banks of the Colorado in the area where the boat was found and downstream for miles. They searched for days. No bodies were found. No clothing washed up. No additional evidence appeared. Glen and Bessie Hyde had vanished. The mystery deepened with every detail. The boat was found in calm water, not at rapids. If they'd capsized at rapids upstream, the boat would likely show damage, or at least be waterlogged. The boat was dry and undamaged. If they'd drowned at rapids, their bodies should have washed downstream and been found somewhere in the 30 miles between where they likely disappeared and Needles. But no bodies appeared. Theories emerged immediately. The most obvious, they'd fallen overboard somehow, perhaps while navigating rapids, perhaps when the boat bumped a rock in calmer water and drowned. Without life jackets, survival in cold November water would be brief. The current would carry bodies downstream, but cold water, rocky river bottom, and scavengers could hide remains. This theory is plausible, but doesn't explain why both fell out simultaneously, or why the boat showed no signs of trauma. Another theory suggested murder-suicide. Perhaps Glen and Bessie thought they'd been together constantly in stressful conditions for weeks. Perhaps Glen pushed Bessie overboard, then, overcome with guilt, drowned himself, or perhaps Bessie, tired of the journey and Glen's stubbornness, pushed him out, then panicked and jumped in after him, or was swept overboard trying to reach him. This theory is dark, but humans have killed each other for less than weeks of exhausting, dangerous river travel. A variation on the murder theory emerged decades later. Perhaps Bessie killed Glen and escaped. In 1971, a woman calling herself Georgie White confessed to being Bessie Hyde and claimed Shed killed Glen in self-defense when he became abusive. Investigation proved the woman was not Bessie, she was Georgie White, a well-known river runner with a documented separate identity. The confession was either delusion or fraud. But the theory persisted. Maybe Bessie killed Glen, hid his body, sank the boat to stage an accident, then hiked out of the canyon and disappeared into a new life. It's dramatic, but seems unlikely. Hiking out of the Grand Canyon in late November with no supplies, especially for someone with Bessie's limited wilderness experience, would be nearly impossible, and living undetected under a new identity for decades would be difficult. Another possibility: accident while scouting rapids. River runners often pull to shore before difficult rapids to walk ahead and plan their route. Maybe Glen and Bessie stopped to scout, tied the boat inadequately, and it floated away while they were ashore. Stranded on the riverbank without supplies or boat, they might have tried to hike out, but died of exposure, their bodies hidden inside canyons or buried in rockfall. This explains the undamaged boat, but requires multiple mistakes, inadequate knot. Unable to catch the drifting boat, unable to survive the hike out. Modern analysts have noted something curious. The boat was found in a relatively wide, calm section of river after passing through several significant rapids. If Glen and Bessie had trouble at those rapids and drowned there, the boat would likely have continued downstream and been found further along, probably damaged. The fact that it was found in calm water suggests whatever happened occurred in that calm section, which makes accident less likely and mystery deeper. Some have suggested the couple staged their disappearance intentionally, seeking to vanish and start new lives. But why? They were close to completing an impressive feat. Bessie would have been celebrated as the first woman to run the Grand Canyon. They had no obvious reason to abandon that triumph, and staging a disappearance by leaving all their belongings in a boat and hiking out of the Grand Canyon in winter seems absurdly difficult compared to simply finishing the final 30 miles and disappearing later in a city. Over the decades, various claims of finding remains or evidence have emerged. Bones found in the Grand Canyon were tested, but proved to be from other individuals or too degraded for identification. In 1976, a skeleton found in the canyon was thought possibly to be Glen Hyde, but forensic analysis was inconclusive. The Grand Canyon holds many remains people have died there for various reasons over centuries. Identifying 1,928 remains from among countless others is nearly impossible without dental records or DNA, neither of which were available for the hides in usable form. In 2020s, some researchers used modern accident reconstruction techniques to analyze the river conditions, weather, and boat design. They concluded that the most likely scenario was capsize in a rapid followed by drowning, with the boat self-righting and floating empty downstream. But this doesn't explain why both Glen and Bessie would have been lost simultaneously, or why their bodies were never found in subsequent searches. The Colorado River through the Grand Canyon is a powerful, dangerous waterway. It has killed many people over the years, experienced and inexperienced alike, but most deaths leave more evidence than the Hyde disappearance. Bodies are usually found. Damaged equipment tells stories. The Hyde case is uniquely lacking in evidence. Glen and Bessie Hyde became legends, the honeymoon couple who vanished at the threshold of success, leaving an empty boat floating peacefully, as if waiting for them to return. Their story has inspired books, documentaries, and endless speculation. They represent both the romance and the risk of wilderness adventure, the thin line between achieving dreams and becoming cautionary tales. Somewhere in the Grand Canyon, buried in sediment, hidden in a side canyon, wedged beneath rocks, or scattered by scavengers, may lie the remains of Glen and Bessie Hyde. Or perhaps the river took them so completely that nothing remains at all. The Colorado, which had carried them safely for hundreds of miles through its most dangerous sections, claimed them in the end. Why and how remains one of the American West's enduring mysteries. As we leave the Colorado River's depths, where an empty boat floated through the Grand Canyon silence, we shift now from historical mysteries to modern ones, from the 1920s and 1930s to the 21st century, proving that even in our age of GPS, satellite phones, and advanced search technology, wilderness can still defeat us. In our final section before the conclusion, we'll examine recent disappearance explorers, adventurers, and travelers who vanished in the 2000s and 2010s, reminding us that the pattern continues. Technology advances, but the fundamental truth remains: when you venture into true wilderness, you're still subject to ancient risks. The tools change, the danger doesn't. The modern mysteries await. Section 14, Modern Mysteries. When technology isn't enough, we've travelled through centuries of disappearances, from Franklin's 1,845 Arctic expedition to the Hyde's 1,928 Grand Canyon vanishing. These stories feel historical, distant, products of an era when exploration meant venturing beyond the reach of help with no way to call for rescue. But what about now? What about the 21st century, when GPS, satellites track our position within meters, when satellite phones can call from anywhere on Earth, when emergency beacons broadcast distress signals to rescue coordination centers, when helicopters can reach remote locations in hours? Surely modern technology has eliminated the risk of simply vanishing, right? The answer is no. Wilderness remains wilderness. Technology helps, but it doesn't eliminate fundamental dangers. Distance, weather, terrain, and human error still combine to create situations where people vanish as completely as Fawcett or Leichhardt, despite carrying devices that should make them findable. The pattern continues. The technology changes. The mysteries endure. The 21st century has seen numerous disappearances that echo historical cases experienced adventurers who ventured into remote areas and never returned. Some have been found eventually, their stories reconstructed from remains and equipment. Others remain missing, their fates unknown. These modern cases prove that GPS and satellite phones don't guarantee safety or even findability. They simply shift the margins slightly. The wilderness remains vast, indifferent, and capable of swallowing people whole. Consider the case of adventurers attempting extreme expeditions. In 2016, British explorer Henry Worsley attempted to cross Antarctica solo, and unsupported, no resupply, no assistance, just one man crossing the continent. Worsley was experienced, having completed multiple Antarctic expeditions. He carried GPS, a satellite phone, an emergency beacon. He was monitored remotely by a support team who received regular position updates. On day 71 of his journey, suffering from exhaustion and bacterial peritonitis, Worsley activated his emergency beacon. A rescue plane reached him within hours and flew him to a hospital in Chile. He died there from organ failure despite medical intervention. Worsley didn't vanish. His technology worked perfectly. Rescue came quickly, and we know exactly what happened. But his death demonstrates that even with modern technology, Antarctica remains lethal. The cold, isolation, and physical toll of polar travel haven't changed since Scott and Shackleton's era. Technology allowed rescue, but couldn't prevent death. But others have vanished even with technology. In 2013, Tom Ballard, an accomplished British mountaineer and son of legendary climber Alison Hargreaves, disappeared while attempting to climb Nanga Parbat in Pakistan during winter one of mountaineering's most difficult challenges. Ballard was climbing with Italian climber Daniele Nardi. They maintained regular satellite phone contact with base camp for weeks. Then, in late February 2013, contact ceased. Search efforts found their last camp at approximately 5,900 meters, but no sign of the climbers. Months later, their bodies were found high on the mountain at around 6,300 meters, apparently killed by avalanche or fall. For weeks, despite satellite phones and GPS, they were simply missing. The mountain, weather, and difficulty of high-altitude search combined to delay discovery. Modern technology didn't prevent their deaths or immediately reveal their location. In 2018, experienced American hiker and adventurer David O'Sullivan vanished while hiking the Te Araroa Trail in New Zealand. O'Sullivan, 66, was an experienced outdoorsman attempting a through hike of the 3,000-kilometer trail. He maintained regular contact with friends and family via social media and phone. In early February 2018, near Arthur's Pass in the Southern Alps, his communication ceased. Extensive searches involving hundreds of volunteers, helicopters, and search dogs found no trace. No body, no equipment, no clear indication of what happened. O'Sullivan carried modern navigation and communication equipment, but somewhere in New Zealand's rugged backcountry, he vanished as completely as Everett Ruess in Utah's canyons 84 years earlier. The case remains unsolved. Modern technology couldn't prevent the disappearance or solve the mystery. Another case in 2016, Malaysian-British climbers Wukin Chin and Muhammad Adib bin Muhammad Safri attempted to summit Mount Kinabalu in Malaysia via a difficult route called Lowe's Gully. They were experienced climbers with proper equipment, including GPS and communication devices. They reached the summit, but encountered difficulties on the descent. They became lost in Lowe's Gully, a massive ravine on the mountain's north face. They sent distress messages via GPS device, allowing rescuers to know approximately where they were. But the terrain was too dangerous for immediate rescue. Weather, steep cliffs, and dense jungle made access extremely difficult. It took days for rescuers to reach their location. By the time rescue teams arrived, both climbers had died from exposure and injuries sustained in falls while attempting to navigate the gully. Their GPS devices told rescuers where to look, but the terrain prevented timely rescue. Technology revealed their location, but couldn't save them. These cases illustrate a truth technology helps with finding people, but doesn't eliminate the fundamental risks of wilderness. You can know exactly where someone is via GPS and still be unable to reach them in time due to weather, terrain, or distance. A satellite phone allows communication, but doesn't prevent avalanches, falls, or exposure. An emergency beacon summons rescue, but rescue takes time, hours or days, depending on location and conditions. In remote wilderness, that time gap can be fatal. Some modern disappearances echo historical patterns so closely they seem like replays. In 2011, Lachlan Hamblin Brown, a young Australian bushwalker, vanished in Tasmania's Southwest National Park, some of the most remote, rugged terrain in Australia. He was attempting a solo multi-day hike through wilderness that rivals any Leichhardt explored. He carried GPS and emergency beacon, but never activated the beacon. Searchers found no trace. The parallels to Leichhardt are striking. Experienced bushwalker, Australian wilderness, complete disappearance, extensive searches finding nothing. The technology changes. Leichhardt had compass and paper maps. Hamblin Brown had GPS, but the outcome is the same. The wilderness keeps its secrets. Or consider disappearances at sea, where GPS and modern communication seem most useful. In 2014, Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 vanished with 239 people aboard. A Boeing 777, one of the most advanced commercial aircraft in the world, equipped with numerous tracking and communication systems, flying through airspace covered by radar and satellite, disappeared. We know approximately where it crashed, southern Indian Ocean, based on satellite data analysis. But despite years of searching with advanced sonar and underwater vehicles covering thousands of square miles, only fragments of wreckage that washed ashore have been confirmed. The main wreckage remains unfound. If we can't find a modern jetliner despite knowing roughly where it went down, how could we expect to find individual explorers who vanished in remote areas decades or centuries ago? Modern technology does solve some disappearances quickly. Many hikers who get lost are found within hours or days thanks to cell phones, GPS trackers, and rapid response search teams. But these successful rescues are the cases where everything goes right. The technology works, the signal gets through, weather cooperates, rescuers can access the area, and the person survives long enough. When any of those factors fail, modern technology can't prevent tragedy. The pattern that emerges from modern cases mirrors historical ones. Single points of failure compound into disaster. A hiker carrying GPS, but not telling anyone their planned route. An emergency beacon that breaks during a fall. A satellite phone with dead batteries. Dense canopy or deep canyons that block GPS signals. Weather that grounds rescue helicopters. Terrain so difficult that reaching a known location takes days. Each individual failure might be survivable, but combinations kill. There's also a false confidence effect. Modern technology makes some adventurers feel safer than they should, leading them to take risks they might not have taken in earlier eras. Why carry extra days of food when you can call for rescue if needed? Why wait for good weather when GPS will guide you in fog? This technological confidence can be fatal when technology fails or when circumstances prevent rescue despite working technology. Wilderness doesn't care about your GPS coordinates. An avalanche will bury you whether you have a satellite phone or not. Exposure kills in the same number of hours regardless of your ability to call for help if that help can't reach you in time. A fall from a cliff results in the same injuries, whether or not your emergency beacon is transmitting. Technology helps at the margins. It increases the probability of rescue, reduces the likelihood of getting lost, allows communication, but it doesn't fundamentally change the fact that wilderness is dangerous and humans are fragile. The 21st century has also produced vanishings that remain completely mysterious despite technology. People have disappeared in areas covered by cell towers and surveillance cameras, in national parks visited by millions, in places where help should be close. Some are found, often too late. Others remain missing years later, their fates unknown. The search and rescue community will tell you that people still vanish regularly. That technology helps, but doesn't eliminate the fundamental challenge of finding a single person in vast wilderness. Modern cases teach the same lessons as historical ones tell people your plans. Carry backup equipment. Don't rely solely on technology. Respect wilderness. Understand that rescue might not come in time, even if you call for it. The tools available to explorers have improved dramatically. GPS is vastly more accurate than compass navigation. Satellite phones allow communication from anywhere. Emergency beacons can summon help automatically. But these tools don't make wilderness safe. They just make it slightly less dangerous. The explorers we've examined throughout this narrative, Franklin, Fawcett, Earhart, Ruess, the Hydes, and all the others faced wilderness with the technology of their times. Some of that technology was inadequate. Canned food poisoned Franklin's crew. Early radios had limited range and reliability. Navigation required clear skies and careful measurement. We can look back and think how much safer they would have been with modern tools. And that's partly true, but modern cases prove that even with better tools, people still vanish. The fundamental equation hasn't changed. Remote location plus human vulnerability plus bad luck equals tragedy. What's different about modern disappearances is the speed and detail of information. When Franklin vanished in 1845, it took years for concern to develop and searches to begin. When someone vanishes now, the alarm is often raised within hours. Social media posts stop. Expected check-ins don't happen. GPS trackers cease transmitting. The response is faster, but in truly remote areas, fast response still means hours or days before rescuers arrive, and that can be too long. The other difference is transparency. Historical disappearances became mysteries partly because information was scarce. modern disappearances are documented extensively. Search efforts are tracked online. Helicopter searches are filmed. Social media fills with speculation and theories. We know more, faster. But knowing more doesn't always mean understanding what happened. Mystery persists even with more data. As we approach the end of our journey through centuries of vanishings, the modern cases remind us that this isn't just history, it's ongoing. Right now, someone is hiking through wilderness, climbing a mountain, crossing a desert, sailing an ocean, pushing against the edges of human endurance and geography. Most will return safely. Their adventures will become memories and photos. But some will join the list of those who didn't return, who walked over a horizon and kept walking, who flew into clouds and didn't emerge, who sailed beyond reach of help and found only waves and wind. The pattern continues because the human impulse to explore continues, and because wilderness remains fundamentally what it has always been: beautiful, indifferent, and absolutely unforgiving of mistakes. The question isn't whether technology makes exploration safer. It does. The question is whether it makes it safe, and the answer is no. There is no safe exploration of truly wild places. There is only calculated risk, careful preparation, and luck. When luck fails, even the best technology can't always save you. And when you vanish, despite that technology, you become part of an ancient pattern, joining those who came before you in the company of the lost. From Franklin's ice-locked ships to David O'Sullivan's New Zealand trail, from Amelia Earhart's Pacific flight to modern mountaineers on Pakistani peaks, the story is the same: wilderness takes people. It has always done so. It continues to do so. Technology shifts the margins, but doesn't eliminate the risk. As long as humans venture into wild places, and they will, because exploration is part of what makes us human, some will vanish. The tools change. The wilderness endures. The mysteries continue. As we prepare for our final section, we carry with us the stories of all 15 explorers and expeditions we've examined: different times, different technologies, different wildernesses, but united by the same fate. They walked, sailed, climbed, or flew into the unknown and never returned. Now we turn to what these vanishings mean, what they teach us, and why we remain fascinated by those who disappeared. The conclusion awaits, where we'll understand that the vanished explorers aren't really gone. They're preserved in mystery, living forever in the moment before they disappeared, eternally walking toward that horizon we'll never see them cross. The final thoughts await. Section 15, The Call of the Unknown. Conclusion: we've journeyed together through 15 stories of disappearance, spanning 4 centuries and covering every wilderness Earth offers: Arctic ice and tropical jungle, mountain peaks and ocean depths, desert canyons and river rapids. We've walked with Franklin's doomed crew across frozen wasteland. We've followed Fawcett into the Amazon's green embrace. We've flown with Earhart over endless Pacific blue. We've climbed toward Everest's summit with Mallory and Irvine. We've drifted down the Colorado with the Hydes and wandered Utah's canyons with Ruess. 15 stories, hundreds of lives, all ending the same way: walking, sailing, climbing, or flying into silence. What unites these stories isn't just disappearance. It's the moment before that last confirmed sighting, last radio transmission, last letter home. The moment when they were still here, still alive, still moving toward whatever came next. Franklin's ships disappearing into Arctic haze. Fawcett's wave goodbye at Dead Horse Camp. Earhart's final message about flying north and south, Mallory and Irvine climbing toward the summit through breaking clouds. These threshold moments haunt us because they're the last connection between the vanished and the world they left. After these moments, only mystery. Why are we fascinated by vanished explorers? Partly because mystery itself is compelling. We're pattern-seeking creatures who need closure, who struggle with unanswered questions. A disappearance without explanation violates our need for narrative completion. We want to know what happened, not just to solve the mystery, but to close the story. The explorers who died and were found, whose stories are complete, fade from memory more easily than those who vanished. Franklin is more famous than many successful Arctic explorers because his fate remained mysterious for so long. Fawcett is remembered while contemporaries who survived their expeditions are forgotten. Mystery preserves. But it's more than just mystery. Vanished explorers represent something fundamental about the human condition, our drive to push boundaries despite knowing the risks, our willingness to sacrifice safety for discovery, our complex relationship with wilderness. They went where they didn't have to go, risked what they didn't have to risk, because something in them demanded it. We recognize that impulse even if we don't share it to the same degree. They embody the part of human nature that asks what's beyond that horizon and then walks toward it even when the answer might be death. There's also recognition of wilderness power. In our modern world of climate control and GPS navigation, truly wild places where humans are visitors, not masters, become rare and precious. Vanished explorers remind us these places still exist, that Earth still contains spaces that resist human control. The Arctic that trapped Franklin still freezes solid every winter. The Amazon that claimed Fawcett still grows dense and green. The canyons where Ruess vanished still wind through Utah's red rock. The wilderness endures. It has always endured. The explorers who vanished into it become part of that endurance, absorbed into the places they explored. Each vanishing teaches something specific. Franklin's expedition teaches about the limits of technology and preparation, that the best ships, best supplies, and best men can still fail when nature is unforgiving. Fawcett's disappearance teaches about obsession and the danger of ignoring what you don't want to hear. Earhart's vanishing teaches about the vastness of Earth and how easily we can be lost even in places we think we understand. Mallory and Irvine teach about the thin line between success and death at the edges of human capability. Rockefeller teaches about the collision of cultures and the consequences of misunderstanding. Leichhardt and Burke wills teach about the Australian outback's particular dangers. Hudson teaches about leadership failure and betrayal. Park teaches about the limits of determination. Ruess teaches about the romance and risk of solitary wandering. The Hydes teach about how tragedy can strike at the threshold of success. And modern cases teach that technology shifts margins but doesn't eliminate fundamental risks. But collectively, all these stories teach something larger, that exploration is inherently dangerous, that wilderness is inherently powerful, and that the human drive to explore persists despite these truths. We keep going where others vanished. Someone will attempt another unsupported Antarctic crossing, another high-altitude Himalayan ascent, another solo wilderness journey. Some will succeed, some will vanish. The pattern continues because the impulse to explore is fundamental to being human. There's a paradox in these stories. The explorers sought to expand human knowledge, to push boundaries, to achieve what others hadn't. But by vanishing, they created gaps in knowledge, mysteries, rather than answers. They became the boundaries they tried to cross. Fawcett went to find a lost city and became himself a lost story. Mallory and Irvine climbed to reach a summit and became themselves an unanswered question. Their disappearances created new unknowns rather than resolving old ones. Yet their failures, if we can call them failures, taught as much as their successes would have. Franklin's disaster led to dozens of search expeditions that mapped vast areas of the Arctic. The search for Fawcett generated enormous interest in Amazonian archaeology and indigenous peoples. Earhart's disappearance sparked improvements in aviation safety and communication. The vanished explorer's absence drove others to search, to investigate, to learn from what went wrong. Their greatest contribution wasn't what they achieved, but what their disappearances prompted others to discover. There's also something about preservation through mystery. The vanished explorers are frozen at the moment of their disappearance, forever young, forever at the edge of discovery, forever in that threshold space between life and legend. Franklin will always be sailing toward the Northwest Passage, never growing old or facing the mundanity of returning home. Earhart will always be flying toward Howland, forever 39, forever attempting her circumnavigation. Ruess will always be 20, walking into Utah's canyons with art and poetry in his heart. Death would have aged them, brought them forward into time where they'd face the ordinary struggles of life. Disappearance preserved them at their most dramatic moment, eternal explorers forever exploring. This preservation has another dimension. The vanished become symbols rather than just people. Franklin represents Victorian ambition meeting Arctic reality. Fawcett represents obsession and lost cities. Earhart represents women's achievement and aviation's risks. Mallory represents the allure of because it's there. They're remembered not just for who they were, but for what they symbolize. Their disappearances allowed them to become larger than life stories rather than just individuals. But we should remember they were individuals, people with families who loved them, with hopes and fears, with ordinary lives before their extraordinary ends. Franklin had a wife who searched for him for decades. Fawcett had a son who spent years trying to find him. Earhart had a husband who never accepted her death. Ruess had parents who desperately sought answers. The Hydes had families who waited for them to emerge from the canyon. The vanished left behind grief and questions. Their mysteries are romantic to us, but were agony to those who knew them. What would the vanished explorers think if they could see how they're remembered? Would Franklin be pleased or horrified to know his failure made him more famous than many successful explorers? Would Fawcett appreciate becoming a legend or wish people understood what actually happened? Would Earhart be satisfied that her disappearance inspired generations or frustrated that her final flight overshadows her earlier achievements? Would Ruess, who wrote about wanting to merge with wilderness, be pleased he succeeded so completely? We can't know. They vanished before they could tell us what they wanted their legacies to be. As we conclude this journey through centuries of vanishings, we're left with questions as much as answers. We know where many vanished, but not always why or exactly how. We have theories, but rarely certainty. The mysteries persist, not because we haven't searched. Enormous resources have been devoted to finding Franklin, Fawcett, Earhart, and others, but because wilderness is vast and evidence degrades or hides. Bones become indistinguishable from ancient remains. Wreckage is buried or scattered. The stories carried only in the minds of the vanished die with them. But perhaps complete answers aren't what matters most. Perhaps what matters is what these stories tell us about ourselves, about human courage, ambition, folly, and resilience, about our complex relationship with wild places, about the price of pushing boundaries and the value of exploration despite that price, about the ancient human impulse that makes us ask what's beyond that horizon, and then walk toward it even knowing we might not return. The explorers we've examined tonight ventured to the edges of maps and capability. They pushed beyond what was safe, or sometimes even reasonable. Some sought glory, some knowledge, some simply the experience of wild places. All found mystery. And through their disappearances, they gave us stories that endure longer than most achievements' cautionary tales, inspiring legends, and reminders that Earth still holds spaces vast enough and wild enough to swallow people whole. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you might think about those final moments: Franklin watching ice close around his ships, Fawcett walking into jungle morning, Earhart scanning ocean for an island shed never find, Mallory climbing into clouds, Ruess descending into red rock canyons. These moments of transition, when known becomes unknown, when safety gives way to risk, when the familiar horizon fades behind and uncertain horizon looms ahead. These are the moments that define explorer, not their successes, but their willingness to face these thresholds and cross them anyway. And perhaps you'll dream of horizons the line, where ice meets sky, where jungle meets clearing, where ocean meets air, where canyon walls converge in distance. The explorers walked toward these horizons and kept walking, past the point where others would turn back, past safety's edge into the unknown. Some returned to tell their stories. Others vanished into theirs. But all of them, for a moment, stood at the boundary between known and unknown and chose the unknown. That choice to explore despite risk, to push boundaries despite danger, to walk toward horizons despite uncertainty is what makes them explorers. And their disappearances, tragic as they are, don't diminish that choice. They illuminate it. They show us what exploration actually means, not conquering wilderness, but entering into relationship with it, knowing that wilderness is powerful and indifferent, and that sometimes it takes those who venture too far. The vanished explorers aren't gone. They're preserved in the moment before vanishing eternal explorers. Forever at the threshold, forever stepping toward that horizon. They walk ahead of us into the places we haven't yet explored, blazing trails that end in mystery. And as long as wilderness remains and humans venture into it, new explorers will join them, walking their own paths toward their own horizons. Some returning with stories, others becoming stories themselves. Sleep now, knowing that wilderness remains vast, that mystery persists, that somewhere tonight someone is walking toward a horizon they may not return from. The pattern continues. The call of the unknown remains, and the explorer vanished, but not forgotten walk ahead through ice and jungle, over mountains and across oceans, forever exploring, forever seeking, forever part of the wild places that claimed them. The journey ends here, but the mysteries endure. And somewhere, always, an explorer walks toward another horizon, taking another step into the unknown. That's humanity forever curious, forever wandering, forever drawn to the edges of maps where here be dragons, and beyond which lies only mystery. Good night, and safe travels through your own dreams and explorations. May your horizons always lead somewhere worth going, and may you return from them with stories to tell. But if you don't return, know that you'll join the eternal company of vanished explorers, preserved in mystery, walking forever toward that distant horizon where earth and sky dissolve into the unknown. Sleep well,